Sarah.
Okay. All right, everybody's moving. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Deputy Clerk President, please.
Let's see, Mayor Pro Tem Will Paxton.
Present.
Mayor Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Fellows.
Present.
Councilmember Tucson.
Present.
Councilmember Simmons.
Here.
Councilmember McLean.
Here.
And Councilmember King.
Present.
Have a quorum.
All right, thank you. I entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So move for.
It's been moved by Councilman Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Will Paxton. Somebody. Okay. Any updates or changes to the agenda? City Manager.
Council, it is really up to you, but if you wouldn't mind moving the triple ATA item up to the top of resolution motion for discussion. So also, a late hour email has caused the removal of the TPOM item. We can still have a closed session and discuss it, but something came up that we'll also bring up.
I gave you that one. So we will do.
Okay.
Councilman Simmons?
Yeah, I think that I would not, I'm not sure about moving, I don't mind moving it up, but I might wanna move it before. I'm just trying to see where we are now, because now,
Yeah, so
so.
F is gone, F is gone.
Yeah, okay. What do we still have?
And the immediate presentation is already gone.
So that is gone, right?
No.
And so, and in the closed session, we might,
We're still having that.
we're gonna still have it for the public.
Sure.
I'm just trying to think about timing, because I'm like, how long? Things are gonna be out.
The city manager asked if we could move letter G, in the agenda to the beginning of resolution motion with discussion. If that's if we can take a, we can go on it.
Yeah, you could do a closed up, right? Unless there's opposition.
Yeah. Okay, on
I
favor.
don't, wait, but we're moving it to where?
The beginning of the top of resolution motion discussion, so above A.
I mean, I have questions about that one. I think it's gonna be. What was the reason for moving it?
Just as members of triple ATA here, it's just no time, so I don't know, still be ample time to ask the question.
I would support moving it after D, but I think that's where it is.
So that's where it is now, and that's the. Yeah, the other ones are gone, so it's naturally right after the, now.
Yeah, there's an echo somewhere.
Yeah.
We have no E and no F, so it's naturally just gonna come right after D.
You're going to make it eight.
Yeah, city manager. will open it up.
Like, I don't know what they were thinking. Yeah, fine, whatever.
Okay, so. I'm gonna take. All right. All in favor of moving the triple ATA resolution to letter A, please signify with a yea or nay. Yay.
Nay.
Sorry, aye. Okay. We can do.
I say yeah, aye.
Only one nay. All right, so that will move to letter A then. The letter G will move to the top of resolutions, motions, and discussions. Any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Nay.
opposed?
Nay.
Just two. Okay. Next. we have closed session. Councilman Tucson, you have that resolution.
Yes, so resolution number 2026-137, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that this council enter into a closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268 C for strategy and negotiation sessions connected with the negotiation of technical, professional, and office workers association of Michigan collective bargaining agreement. I support.
Been moved by Councilman Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you, council. We're going to move downstairs to the conference room. Members of the audience, thank you so much for being here. We will return shortly. Right, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. Councilman Tucson, you have the resolution to bring us back into open session.
Yes, I do. So resolution number 2026-138, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that this council leave the closed session and return to open session of this meeting, and I so move. Support.
Moved by Councilman Tucson, supported by Councilman McCollum. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion passed.
We are back to open session. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your attention and for being here. And we're gonna keep it moving right into public comment. So we will have 60 minutes of public comment. Members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. I will start with names signed up on the list. We will alternate between those in person and online in increments of 10. So we just ask that you stick to yours, so we can try to get through as many folks as possible. If you can approach the podium if you're able, if you can state your name and address you feel comfortable for the record. All right. First, I have Angelette Green. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Angela Green. My address is 12 Bell Street. Ypsilanti 4197. I'm on the Bell Street Paxton side. Kramer and Bell Street. The other side is where the Stanton is. I know it's gonna be a lot of discussion about that later. My concern is yesterday I had a car fly by my street, down Bell Street, fast. My granddaughter, who was 25, she asked the driver, like, slow down. She saw him coming. She just said, slow down. They got to the end of the street. The young man was not driving, it was a female driving. He got out, threatening, talking about he was coming back with a gun and all that. So my question is, how do I get speed bumps? So the traffic can just be a little slower. They're doing work on Harriet Street, so a lot of traffic is diverted down Bell Street. That's my question.
Thank you. So we typically don't answer questions in real time, but at the end, we'll maybe direct some questions or to the city manager for anyone who has questions for us, and we might respond at the end once we get through.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Hansa? Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Amir Hamza. I am located in Ward 1, Precinct 2. And I'm here to speak on resolution number 2026-142. So I came from Michigan, from down south in Appalachia to seek a better life. I wanted a place where, as a lesbian, as a Black person, I could live safely and authentically. But in 2024, I went through a really bad domestic violence situation and my world was completely destabilized. And I was homeless for 2 consecutive years, but unfortunately I'm housed now. And I know exactly what it means to lose everything. I know the terror of having your entire existence reduced to what you can carry in a backpack or in totes. I was fortunate to have this beautiful community of Ypsilanti to fall back on. So, but not everyone has a strong support network. You know, life is really hard. And when I look at the people who are surviving over at the dump on Kramer and Bell Street, I don't see a public safety hazard. I see myself, and I see human beings whose safety nets have been violently snatched from underneath them. And I feel that resolution number 2026-42 uses sanitizing language like compassionate and respectful to justify sweeping the camp. But let me be clear. I don't think there's no such thing as a compassionate eviction. And I don't think evicting people from the old city dump is enough to solve homelessness. Nor does it provide addiction treatment or mental health care or housing overnight. It simply forces vulnerable people to hide deeper in the shadows, far away from the advocates who are trying to help. And I think we have to confront with deeper ethics to help police our communities, because every single person on this earth has an inherent right to free movement and basic survival. And when the city uses policing power to criminalize distance on public lands without offering immediate, permanent, and safe low barrier housing, I think that is a moral failure. And it's undeniably an issue of racial and social justice. I'm not sure if y'all are aware of this, but in Washington County, Black residents make up 12% of the population. We are 60% of those seeking homelessness assistance. And across Michigan, 40% of unhoused young people identify as queer or LGBTQ. And furthermore, our state has an acute housing deficit with only 34 affordable units for every 100 low-income renters. And the people are staying in those encampments because there's physically nowhere else for them to go. And if you pass that resolution, this council, even with the best of intentions, may be inadvertently actively compounding structural discrimination against marginalized people. And I think every major faith and spiritual tradition demands better of us. From the Abrahamic command to shelter the stranger to the Eastern principles of ahimsa and collective care, no moral framework on this earth justifies throwing away human beings sheltered and treating them like they are disposable. And so I ask you to not authorize this sweep and reject the resolution.
So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Melody Danger. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Melody Yeager. What?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I pronounced your last name wrong, so.
Oh, no, you're good. Everyone does. And everyone spells it wrong too. I'm not really necessarily a leader among the people who are here today and who are concerned today. I just wanted to be another body in the room, and I wanted to echo everything that they're saying, that when you phrase things like removal of the encampment, that is alienating us from sort of what that actually means. That means for people who are my friends, for people who are already having a horrible time, that means men with guns coming in and forcing them out of what is at least temporarily their home. And I keeping it short and sweet. That's that's my point of view.
Thank you. Loren? For now. It's fine. Sorry. Oh, good evening.
Hello, my name is Lawrence and I live in Ypsilanti, and I'm here to speak about what is so generously called the Bell Kramer site. And lest we forget, it is the old city dump.
Yes.
It is a polluted land that is not able to be hung out on safely. If returning this to publicly usable land, what does that mean? Completely reprioritizing what we're remediating environmentally as a city. I know for a fact that some of the people camping there were pushed off of Water Street. That these are people who, and they were not part of the plan to help those people at Water Street either. So they were pushed from one piece of polluted city land to another, and arguably, this is like, where else could they go? This is literally the dump. And so concerns about environmental hazards and sustainability, people worry about the trash in other parks in the city, but at least they're putting trash in the actual city dump. Not to mention that radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer right behind smoking. And the lower areas of it, I believe, are still fully just full of radon, and that the mitigation was only $50,000. So before we start talking about making this land usable, we should begin remediating. And if we care about those people, perhaps we should be reducing their cancer risk while reducing your own liability. I also wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the actual, not bill itself. How many people are camping there? What community partners were engaged? What is the name of those companies? Who are the people you've spoken to? I would really love some provisional community agreements with people to talk about. We have all kinds of feasibility studies around the city for all sorts of things. But this is something that we're just gonna go vague language on. I think we really need to dive into how are you actually going to help these people? Because they all know about the resources. This isn't gonna do anything. It's not going to make them housed, and having a social worker say sorry next to a cop isn't gonna solve it either. These people are going to go to another piece of land, whether it's a private citizen or whether it's public land, whether it's polluted or whether it's being in use. And it's just not solving the problem to use nice language and to say, we've got a plan, we've got food stamps, we've got Golanus. None of those things are cut. Thanks.
Thank you. Song, please. Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Tony, I live in Ypsilanti, I'm here to talk about 2026-142. This is a disgusting resolution, I used to live in those woods. The resolution talks about concerns and proposes actual harm. There's zero evidence that a homeless person stole that bicycle. Like, zero evidence, despite the narrative that that's who did it.
Got a video showing you.
Excuse me,
That video does not show anyone listening that cancer.
Excuse me, 1 second. I'm sorry, we're gonna give you the rest of your time. I'm gonna ask folks in the audience to please remain respectful of our speakers, as you would want to be respected when you're up there speaking as well. You can continue.
This resolution is sick. The only reason you can talk about this the way you are is because you don't see homeless people as human beings. They are in fact no different from any of you. If we put out a resolution to evict all of you from your homes, you would be freaking out because it's fucked. What? Camp sweeps are not safe. They're not healthy. There's no such thing as a respectful eviction. There is no compassion in this resolution. This is putting land over people, using disturbing language, talking about a pathway to housing. If you don't want homeless people to be homeless, house them. We know that you have the money. Violent, exploitative landlords in Ypsi give you a cut of their property taxes that they pay for with our wages. Landlords are extracting rent from us at the barrel of a gun with the threat of eviction from armed police. When I was living in those woods, in the Belkramer site, as you want to call it, that campsite, I had 2 recurring nightmares. One, getting raped or assaulted because I didn't have a door because I lived in a tent. And 2, having cops show up and kick me out of my tent. And having to go back and live underneath the fucking tridge in Frog Island. So, this is sick. If you don't want people to be homeless, house them and stop evicting people.
Yes, Reinhardt? Good evening.
Hello, council, Jen Hybert, 48198. First of all, I want to state publicly that I have 3 unanswered emails from the Ypsilanti Chief of Police regarding the brutal detainment and assault of a local injured Black woman outside of the library. So before I sit in yet another council meeting where I watch this body award tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for cops for more tasers or new cars, I'd like it publicly recorded that YPD is seemingly unaccountable to the constituents of 48198. Now, on to resolution 142 to remove the Kramer Street encampment. I will likely be in the minority here because truthfully, I am thrilled that a bunch of neighbors came together to address their concerns with council. Their voices and experiences matter. And that is what is supposed to happen. Community members are supposed to be able to come together, come here and make their voices heard and push for change. Now, because I personally disagree emphatically with any camp clearing measures, I hope, unfortunately, that they experience the same glacial pace of movement from this council that many of us in this room have already experienced. A lot of people are going to make a lot of valid, study-backed, empathy-based, personal, humanity, and history-driven reasons to not move forward with resolutions without guaranteeing permanent housing for the people living at this particular site. And I likely agree with them all. And I further agree with the notion that listening to these taxpayers will simply kick the can along to some other taxpayers when our unhoused friends end up in their neighborhood, because that's what has already happened. This resolution does nothing to solve problems. It only shuffles problems around. It's a shell game, and it's a crappy one at that. We see through it, and we won't stand for it. From my own experience with council, it took multiple emails and upward of 6 meetings spanning multiple months to add 15 minutes back to the people's clock for public comment, which PS I still think should be unlimited. And should we reach our limit tonight and not everyone is heard, I hope someone moves to extend it. And I certainly hope that it's supported. My point being, though, that it would be very reprehensible if this council sees fit to upend the lives and belongings and spirits and routines of our most vulnerable after one meeting. The eternal plight of our unhoused neighbors. They have nowhere to go and they are welcome nowhere. Please do not support this resolution without a clear plan for permanent housing for the lives you're seeking to uproot. Please listen to the WCO and the rest of us here that stand in opposition of resolution 142. We demand a permanent shelter now. Thank you. No sweeps.
Thank you.
I know something, I'm happy to help. Yeah.
Good evening, council members. I'm sure none of you has any surprise that I also am coming here to speak out against the camp scheme.
Hold on, 1 second. Excuse me. If you are gonna be in the audience, can you please allow folks to speak? If you'd like to have a conversation, you can go into the hallway or outside. Thank you.
I gotta admit that I'm not even sure what I want to say about it. I thought about coming up here and talking about how under capitalism, people experiencing homelessness are internally displaced persons, and how according to the United Nations and international consent, it is local government's responsibility to care for internally displaced persons. I thought about coming up here and sharing my own experiences of homelessness and how hopeless and worthless it feels when you are once again forcibly displaced from your home. I thought about coming up here and talking about the racial injustice that is inherent in homelessness in this county and therefore will be made worse by the sweep. But the reality is all of those things pale in comparison to the fact that people have nowhere to go. Where are we sweeping people to? According to at least one case manager I spoke with, there is a 9-month waiting list for a bed at Delanis. 9 months. You have almost reached the already horrible definition of chronically homeless before you're even eligible for a bed because we have so little shelter space in this county. And I know we're working on that. And I know that people on this council are working on that. And I know that some of you who might support this resolution are also working on shelter. But the reality is we don't have it now, and people have nowhere to go. Camp sweeps are dangerous. Camp sweeps are expensive. Camp sweeps undermine people's trust in local government. Camp sweeps mean people lose their medication, their paperwork, their dignity. And we have no place for people to go. So unless council has somehow found the money to house everyone who is at that camp, and then asks if they want to be housed in that space, because people do have agency, then we're just making this a problem for somewhere else. Maybe it is not happening at the local dump. Maybe it's not happening, at Bell Kramer. Maybe it's not happening at Ward 1. But it's happening somewhere because we don't have adequate shelter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Alderman Sherry. My name's Ben. I live on North Washington Street in Ypsilanti. I am a member of Washtenaw Camp Outreach. Specifically, I've been bringing supplies, especially propane, down to the folks who are camping at Bella Kramer for the last couple of years. So that they can stay warm during the winter, because they live in tents, don't have other ways to heat their tents. Sometimes when people don't have fuel to heat their tents with safe heaters, they have to resort to burning wood and other things to survive. And so I think that it's important that we support folks who have no other place to stay when it's that cold. Just wanted to, I'm not as eloquent as the other people who are going to speak on this resolution tonight. So I'm going to just zero in on the third point at the very end of the resolution that says compassionate. It says compassionate, requesting that service providers be present prior to and during the clearing process to offer shelter placements, outreach support, case management connections, and transportation when appropriate. I spoke to some folks who are camping. There, two of whom are planning to be here, but are sick right now and are in their tents. And they mentioned that the task team did come down, and the offer that they were given was to, if they'd like to move, they would help them move. And so the question that keeps getting asked over and over again is, be helped to move? The answer to that question is nowhere where this won't just continue to happen over and over again. So this is just displacing people. I do, Jen's point about, neighbors coming together and organizing around something, I think is important. There's a willingness from the folks who camp, who are your neighbors, to have a dialogue and talk to you. Okay. Yeah, I can hear the responses to my comment. If there's willingness on the other side of that and there needs to be some facilitation, then I would offer to assist with that. But sweeping people isn't going to solve the problems that you're having. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Hardy. Good evening.
I'm in the strange position of being here to talk about a different resolution, but I'll say on the first side, I'm a Ward 1 resident. My kids and I ride bikes to their grandmother's house down Spring Street in Camp. Those are our neighbors, human beings. So that said, don't sweep our neighbors, please. But I'm here to talk about my own application for the position for the Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority Board. I am here to make the case that I care about water, and we need people who are here to do like the really boring business of caring about water. One of the reasons that I started out thinking about this is that, I grew up like all of us, like most of us, I don't know you, but in Michigan, where we had utility problems with water, like long before the story of Flint dropped, and the problems of not taking care of our water and not taking care of the people who use the water is a serious problem that we've had for a long time. I was made extra aware of this because in this weird freak circumstance, like my dad in a weird retirement scheme became a water board member up in Bay City, and he was telling me about how there's this institutional thing that happens where you can sort of like take care of the budgetary things and the management of the system. But you can also use that to help people. Like I live down by Parkridge, and one of my neighbors was complaining constantly that she couldn't make heads nor tails of her bill, or those weird flyers that come out explaining what is and isn't in the water. I read at like a 758th grade level. Like I'm really good at it, and those are hard for me to read. And one of the things that I do in my professional work is think about public communication. And I don't know what we could do within this, but to make transparency happen for people so that they know what they're drinking, and what they're not, why they're paying and why they're not. But also, of course, because we have the looming problem of our infrastructure being invaded by outside forces that want to use up all of our water for the insidious purposes that technology does with them. And so for me, I think that thinking about the individuals and the individuals' needs and the long history of the needs of water that we've had in Michigan, and we know we have in Ypsilanti, that's my case for coming in and saying, like, I am willing to do this kind of work and oversee it and kind of help out in any way I can. That's all I got.
Thank you. Marley, good evening.
Good evening, Marley Higby, for Hemphill. I, like most people before me, am here to speak about the homeless encampment, and I guess I just want to ask council, like, is there somewhere else in Ypsilanti you want homeless encampment? Which I think the answer is no. I think that your problem isn't the homeless encampment, that there are homeless people in Ypsi, and you want them gone. At least the people supporting this resolution. So I think that if that's what you believe, you should come out and say it, because it's clearly what it is, and this euphemistic language isn't fooling anyone. And if you don't, then I don't know how you would have brought this to the table. Like, you've all spoken about like your opposition to ICE and the abduction, targeting of a minority group in our larger community and wanting them to not exist within this community. Your resolution is proposing the same thing. And just because it's not coming from Donald Trump doesn't make it any less evil. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that was on our team person in person, so do you have it online?
Michael Little, can you hear me?
His hand was made now.
Dallas?
Good evening, hello.
Dallas Ford, you're able to speak now for public comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, good evening.
Hi, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Dallas Ford, and I'm just asking that City Council reject Resolution 2026-142. This is a cycle that cannot be relitigated every time unhoused people become too visible, and this amounts to rearranging deck chairs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Little?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hello, Council. Good evening. I am calling in. I live at 49 South Huron Street, across the street from my neighbors who are off of Spring Street and South Huron. And I am calling about the resolution number 2026-142. I am in support of getting a process started with the community and helping these people find a place to live and helping them be removed from some of the dangerous element that is out there and that we have had to chase off of our property from stealing. And I hope to hear from some of the other neighbors who have had a lot of their property taken and misused, and have been threatened by some individuals, not all individuals, not everyone is the same. And I would also like to say that whenever these issues come up, I hear a lot of people come up and say that council isn't doing enough, the city isn't doing enough, and we need to find housing. And I agree with that partially, but I would also like to see these people who live in other parts of the ward come over to our neighborhood then and then talk to the neighbors and speak with us, those of us who are impacted every day. And I'd be happy to come up with some other resolution and talk about different ways to do things. Is that my time?
No, we lost you a little bit there. It says the internet connection's unstable.
Okay, well, I am in support of the resolution. I am also in support of hearing from other neighbors, but I would like them to come to our neighborhood and speak with us and not just speak with the unhoused people and not get anything started, because it does not help just to say that sweeps are bad and then to leave and then to come back whenever you're not directly impacted. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on?
One more, Cornelius. Hold on 1 second. Can you hear me, Cornelius?
I sure can. Can you hear
Good
me?
evening. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Hey guys, Corn Williams, Ypsi Township. I also am just calling in to comment on Resolution 142. I think, like many folks have brought up, the city does owe it to the folks from that neighborhood to do something to address this. I think, what hasn't been named in this resolution, and I think what largely hasn't been reflected by some of the members on council is that, this is not a new issue, nor is it an issue that is specific to this neighborhood. Housing destabilization in Washtenaw County, as many people have pointed out, is a chronic issue that has needed to be addressed for a while. And, there have been several attempts to, solve the problem by displacing folks or locking people up. And unfortunately, that just further traumatizes individuals, which leads to more socially atypical behavior, which then gets us back to the point that we are at now. And so the call largely is for resourcing this population to achieve some level of upward mobility so that this cycle stops. And that is what people are asking for. I would also be remiss not to point out that, as a harm reduction contractor for DHS, it is our position that destabilizing people who have opioid use disorder and are already experiencing housing instability significantly increases the likelihood that they're going to die from an overdose, which again, I think knowing that a lot of these folks do have substance use diagnoses, as this resolution is written right now, there would be, I think, some negligence on behalf of council if that was not addressed and folks did ended up overdosing in result of like being displaced from this campsite. So I think, at a bare minimum, there needs to be a call for language amendment. And I don't know, you might want to run this by the city attorney too, but there should be a call for language amendment before you guys pass this. Because again, I do think that it would be negligent to list in here that you're working with community mental health, that that these individuals have substance use disorder and that you're increasing their risk level for fatal overdose. And so again, just like Ben offered, I'm more than happy to join any conversation around trying to come up with a resource-centered solution for these individuals. Up until this point, I haven't heard anything from city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to come through? All right, back to there's. Okay, Courtney LeBay.
I'm gonna, it doesn't matter, I'm gonna give it to Lindsay.
Oh, okay, all right. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Lindsay and I live on North Washington Street in Ward 1. I'm definitely against the resolution to sweep Phil Kramer camp. as many people have said, and it's not just a call to not sweep this camp, it's also a call to unlock the lockbox, and that was mentioned in the last session.
Thank you.
And use that money to house people permanently. So that's what we're calling for, not just to not do anything, but to do something, because as many people have said, this is a little cycle here, and if it's not gonna happen today, someone else will complain, and something else will come on the resolution, we'll be back here thinking about the same problems and solutions. I think I'm personally frustrated that the urgency around this was born from a TV segment that was super cruel. There was a click on Detroit segment that went viral on Facebook. I know that's not the only reason why that this was brought to your attention, but the urgency is directly related to that. We saw that video. People from the camp reached out saying, shit, this is the writing on the wall. People are going to use this against us. They've been trying to find something, some evidence, and that happened, like as perfectly as people thought. So yeah, that urgency is going to lead to a lot of missteps and a lot of harm. In the resolution, people have pointed out, there's a lot of like great language about compassion and respect. But it's connected to other verbs that just don't make sense in this context and that the city has no control over. Where it's, the thing that the city is calling for is to remove the camp and hoping that other services that are not directly overseen by the city are doing X, Y, and Z, connecting them to the shelter that doesn't exist, connecting them to the housing and on why that hasn't worked out in the first place. So to use the funds to house people directly would remove some of those barriers. Someone has stated that because of background checks, they had a voucher at one point, but no place accepted their voucher. Not because of just the stigma of homelessness, but because they weren't valid or able to live in any of those places. So even if we push them back into those options, restart it over, it's still not going to work. They're still going to be homeless because the city doesn't have enough public housing that it has control over to remove those barriers. Avalon housing is being, the funding is being slashed. All the vouchers are being paused and being slashed. If you go to the COC meetings, there's not going to be any more housing anytime soon. It's decreasing rapidly. 600 extra people are going to become homeless just by the end of the calendar year because of the cuts that have been decided a year ago. When people were moved from Water Street, they had to go to this camp. So we see that at camp that it moves from one ward to another. So if you're voting on this and this doesn't directly impact your ward, it will. And next couple months, you're going to have to vote on something that you initiated, people are pissed at you about. So think through that. Yeah, just playing whack-a-mole with a problem and not doing anything to really address it. We're calling for housing, and the people who are housed in that neighborhood are also calling for resources, but somehow it's been twisted into just a removal because it's the only thing that you believe you have the power to do, but you don't. You could fund housing with the money from this millage and solve the problem.
Thank you so much. Molly W. Wise not? Yes. Okay. I didn't want to just mess it up.
No worries. Hi, my name is Molly Woodson. I'm a resident, I live on Whittier. I'm also here for a really boring reason to talk about the Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority Board. I don't have a background, a father who was on a board or anything like that, but I do have a lot of experience reading really boring laws and regulations and coming up with good arguments to creatively figure out how to solve problems. So that's what I do professionally. I think that'd be a benefit to the board, and that's kind of all I got. Also, I also don't support the speech, just want to add that in. But, yeah.
Thank you. Milton Shaw. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Milton Shaw. I live on Holmes Road, Ypsilanti Township. I'm here to speak about the Frog Island Riverside Park access and amenities improvement idea. Problem we have is, since I was a little boy, I'd go to that park. We'd slide down the hills in the snow and everything. Unfortunately, we can't do that anymore because the city decided to put, I don't know how much those rocks cost you guys to stop that area so that we can't park there. There's only 12 parking spaces on the Riverside Park side. Police are often down there running patrons out of there, as they did yesterday evening. They put the rocks down so we can't park on the grass, which I don't understand. What's the problem with parking on the grass? No one uses that side. I've even suggested, even with Debbie Dingle, that we make that into a parking lot. You could have taken those rocks, crushed them, put those rocks down and used those for a parking lot, so we won't have this issue. The other day I was in a meeting, with State Representative Jimmy Wilson regarding this parking lot, the crossover, walkover bridge and the repairs, even to the Frog Island side parking lot, which is a total airless. I mean, if you walk through there in the winter, you probably break your neck. Monies have been, as far as I know, in place for those repairs since way last year. Nothing's been done yet. They're always saying, park on that side. Okay, you got the old grandmother with the kids. We walk all the way back over to Frog Island,
Council, please.
okay. We walk back over to, let's say we do walk that far back over to the Riverside Park area. There are no picnic tables. We have 5 picnic tables in our whole park. They've been taking them completely over the past year. Right now, we have 5 picnic tables. They took 3 the other day because someone cut the chain. I do have a picture of who did that as well. The company that came out there to have lunch, and they decided to cut the chain, put a table under the pavilion so they could eat in the shade. Next day, those 3 tables are gone. The other 3 tables that are right up by the pavilion, by the pavilion, the other pavilion, the chains got cut on those during Beer Fest. So I assume when I go out there tomorrow, those tables probably won't be there either, which is a damn shame. Why are we taking all our tables? We got no barbecue pits. We used to have some barbecue pits in there. No barbecue pits. Another thing, we have 2 latrines for that whole damn park. And if you go on the other side, people mention, hey, you could park way over there and walk way over here. Have you been down that road and drive down into there? It's like east side of Detroit. 1 lane, bushes hanging out, and the holes are deep enough for you to break your neck, okay? We have a big problem in Riverside Park.
Your time's up, I'm sorry, thank you so much.
I have petitions that were signed already.
Thank you. Osprey?
Good evening. Good evening. Hi, my name's Osprey. I live in Ward 1. I'm an EMT. I'm state certified. I've been an EMT for going on 4 years now. I've responded to a lot of different kinds of things as an EMT. I've worked in Detroit and I've also worked here. I've done a lot of wound care here, both with the camps and also with the Daytime Warming Center. I've seen a lot of shit that people have to deal with living on the streets. I've heard a lot of talk tonight and like reflections from people that are housed about like fear and stress and anger. And that makes sense. And also when I'm interacting or caring for somebody that's homeless and they're doing something that feels scary to me, I don't know, I just like, I'm like, I have a house and it can go back to, like I have heat, I have like a stove, I have a bed, I have a roommate that cares about me. And it just, I don't know, I think that people could maybe reflect on that a little bit tonight when it comes to comparing like power dynamics that are happening between people that are housed and people that are unhoused. I think that you could come out to the camps with me and like drain an abscess or like talk to somebody who's having like severe chest pain and like might be having an MI, but is like too scared to talk to me because there's reports that cops are coming, or when somebody's got toes that are like literally falling off. Because they can't stop drinking safely. If you stop drinking cold turkey, you get DTs, you can have seizures and you can die. But people can't go to places like Delonis, even if there was a bed, because if they're drinking, they can't go to Delonis. And like, I don't think that sweeps or like being scared of homeless people is going to fix the problem. Learning de-escalation tactics, learning how to talk to folks, meeting people where they're at is just going to be much more effective than kicking the can down the road. It's just going to make people's lives harder. It's going to make them more likely to relapse. It's going to make them more likely to be scary to you, like even if you don't care about them, which you should. But like, I'm trying to address the fears that I was hearing tonight. Also ER visits, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but most places, if you don't have insurance, the ER is the only place you can go because urgent cares will either refuse uninsured people or will charge like a lot of money. And an ER is the only place that can't refuse care to people. So if you think ER waits are longer now, wait until there's another 600 unhoused people in Ypsi, and it's gonna get way worse. Yeah, I don't know. I think that if you are really freaked out about people living who are homeless near you, you should probably advocate for more resources in addition to showing up here. Yeah. But I'm always down to talk to people about that. I'm down to talk about wound care, like responding emergently and stuff like that.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Lauren, what is one? Good evening.
Duran Witherspoon, I'm from Ypsi. To get off of that, Kramer Street stuff and all that, I would just like to, bring awareness that our CBI team has got funding to get civic education for, Ypsilanti debate team. Not just Washington County, so if any of you people know, anybody between the ages of 10, 17 that would like to be involved, please let me know. We'll be doing that at the Ypsi District Library. I would also like to give acknowledgement to my youth organization for placing third place at the Bring Your Own Business competition at the Peacenik. I also would like to bring awareness to our CBI advocacy bills 5586, which is the bill to keep our state office in Lansing. And bill 5587 that will keep long-term funding, so we won't have to keep finding funding yearly for this work. And I also would like for us as residents of this community or people that's actually trying to do something to find a healthier line of communication for the school system, along with like community leaders and librarians and law enforcement, because what's happening is we have a lot of homeschool students who are still in cahoots with people that are in school. And when stuff is going on at school, everybody's getting on the bus and coming downtown. And I think that that's not being understood enough. That with social media, everybody is in a loop, but people who don't have social media that's maybe at work during the daytime, they look into their phone, they're not able to catch up what's going on that's coming right to their doorstep, and they being blamed for that. I'm not gonna speak on this camping stuff right now because I'm kind of in my emotions both ways. I just want like people to realize that everybody is getting pained by this, and it's only gonna get worse if somebody gonna get hurt. So we gotta figure out something soon. I don't like Mrs. Simmons being disrespected by this guy behind me continuously. I don't know how to like respond to that. Cause she just that's her house. She pays money there.
She's
Her
not the
stuff
one
is getting
paying
stolen. But I also have compassion for people that don't got nowhere to go to. So I think we just kind of gotta figure something out. But simply fast home. That's all I gotta say right now. I can't.
Thank you. So I'm gonna name it again, that we are gonna be respectful of the folks in the audience. And if that is something that we cannot do, because I know emotions are running high, I would ask you to step out and really try to self-regulate and come back into the space.
This woman has been
Excuse
acting
me,
the entire
excuse me.
time.
I have the floor right now, and actually I have the floor, thank you. I'm gonna ask that if folks have big feelings, that you step out and take a second and take a breather to come back in. We are not gonna be able to be productive or move forward if people are going to be speaking negatively or heckling each other. I'm talking about everyone, cause I actually can't see who's saying
We're
that.
sick of fucking cops on homeless people.
Thank you.
All right.
I ain't gonna let it that, please.
Next, I have Emma Simmons, that's it, is it Emma? No. Gary?
There.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Larry.
Larry Simmons, I'm sorry. Good evening.
Okay, Mayor, Council. I heard a lot of concern about how everybody's concerned about the homeless down there and all that. But I'm gonna ask you this. My mother and father worked hard for what they got. Okay? And they deserve to have peace and comfort as a generation live on that property. Okay. I heard a comment about a guy saying something about, okay, then everything started happening because it's televised. That was out of frustration of the situation. And like I emphasized before, my sister go to work early in the morning. Even though it's summertime, wintertime, it get dark at a certain time. Especially at the time she have to go to work. You had a fruit incident of people coming on our property and stealing their bike from down there at their encampment. Okay, you had a number of other incidents. Just because you own property don't mean that you have to sit up and put up with something because of somebody's situation. A lot of people down there are different individuals. You got every different kind of people down there you can imagine. Then as it get bigger, you're gonna get more different kind of people. You don't know which one of those people down there gonna come up here and do something that's gonna be detrimental to somebody's health. Okay, that's what the concern is coming and beginning to build up to as far as people that live in that area. And some people may not be saying it, but I'm saying it. Because I've been down there long enough and seen enough where I can see how they're building up and going to escalate. Now everybody talking about what the city should do or whatever. If they so concerned, do what you have to do to go out there and put them on your property and see how it feels. Okay? Because I walked down there. I seen how filthy that place was. I seen how this order. Okay, I see how they've been moving place to place on health-wise because they don't have no toilets down there. Okay, so we talking about a number of issues. So I hope y'all stick to that a resolution and do something about it.
Thank you. Colton, right? Good evening.
So primarily here to talk about Livingston County resources. So there was just a lawsuit, federal lawsuit filed against Livingston County, I believe Sheriff's Office, which our city is still in contract with through the mutual aid law enforcement agreements. Livingston County, Shiawassee County Police were all the way down here in Ypsi when Reuben Peeler's house was raided and destroyed and, you know, laid siege upon. And so Livingston County Police, you know, their values are very much like opposed to the values of council, the values of our, you know, our community. And they have resources too. Like they have their, you know, I grew up right on the border, just barely in Livingston. They have resources. They have money. They don't have a shelter. Their plan for when people are unhoused in Livingston County is to ship them down here. You know, like their police will bring them down here, and their police will come down and lay siege upon our community. And so I think we need to get more creative when we think about funding. And I know that takes time, and I think immediately, yeah, there needs to be, you know, city funds. And look, I've been coming to enough meetings. I've lived here for long enough. I know our city is not drowning in resources. You know, I get that. But we have an immediate issue, you know, that needs resources now. Long term though, Livingston County, EMU PD were present too for this siege. And so we can't forget that. We can't forget that EMU PD rolls around town, rolls around the city every day. Those are resources that should be going to helping with housing insecurity, helping with food insecurity, mental health issues. You know, it is the city's responsibility at the end of the day, but it's also how we engage in partnership in a way that is not just focused on policing, because it's clearly not working. So thank you.
Thank you. Pat Layton. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kat Layton, Ward 3 resident. There is so much drama for a 4.3 square mile radius town. It's actually baffling. And I'm honestly quite exhausted by this subject and by these conversations that have been happening for literally years. I believe it's really hard also to sit idly and watch staff members smirk and council members smirk at this conversation when I'm going to read the definition of what a scapegoat is. One that bears blame for the others. Please do not allow us to be sheep, residents of the community. Please pay attention to the us versus them narrative that is continuing to be perpetuated by a lack of city intervention on a governmental level, on a staff level. In fact, in 2020, there was a subcommittee citizens report on housing affordability and accessibility that Joe Myers let council know to remove from the city master plan. Again, here we are. Housing prices have escalated. Rent prices have skyrocketed. What does that do? That systemically makes people become unhoused. Which then, therefore, when I did an interview of different business owners in 2022, so many of them were like, we don't know what to do. We don't want to call people the police on anyone. And unfortunately, it illuminated yet again another structural and systemic issue, which is lack of interventions. There's been 2 people, 3 people, maybe 4, who have actively attempted to try to resolve that. Councilmember Fellows, Councilmember Simmons, Councilmember King have all attempted to do community responder programs, a shelter, these things that will get to the structural issues. So again, it's also really interesting when you think about the response differences between Water Street encampment, which primarily composed of mostly Black and brown bodies, versus the encampment next to the patient station that we're referring to as Bell Creamer, which is mostly white bodies. And it's really interesting that historically you guys would threaten to call the cops with just a trespass notice, no resolution asking for compassionate removal. It was just a trespassing alert. So I have to illuminate these issues to you all to be aware that we need to stop being sheep and see the bigger picture, which is what y'all are allowing to be perpetuated. And I'm sick of it. And I think other people are honestly sick of it too. They just haven't been awoken to the real large gaping issues. In the 50s, when we had the deinstitutionalization of state hospitals, that made people unhoused. And then we had property owners become more privileged and prioritized, and including resolutions that you, McLean, and you, Tucson, try to put forward in 2024. Telling people that, hey, the property owners deserve rights too. Let's remove people from the streets of Washington Street. So please be aware. Thank you.
That was the last name I had signed up on the list. I'll take hands from the audience. I have an hour. I actually started the time. I was about the time for each person, so we have a few more minutes. You'll be our last name.
There is no question that Bell Street and Kramer Street needs immediate attention. You know, I'm the kind of guy, I'm not afraid to go nowhere. And I go by myself, me and somebody else. I took a stroll down in that dump area a couple of days ago. And y'all know what a field rat look like? A field rat from his head to his tail is 10 inches long. And I observed field rats going in their hole. Evidently had been looking for some food. I don't know, possibly. But these people need immediate attention. And the city attorney needs to tell you all which way to go, what to do, what you can do, and what you can't do. But by any means, they need attention. And these folks that want the homeless people to stay down there, this is what I say to them. There was a man named Zacchaeus, and he was homeless. And a master, one that was over us all, says, Zacchaeus, you're homeless. Come on, go home with me. So all of those that want them people to stay down there and these other folks need relief, let them go home with you. Come on. I met the police today, our new police, and man, it was an amazing event to see those police come to the city of Ypsilanti. And I think they're gonna do real good because they got a leader. They got a real leader in the city of Ypsilanti. I stopped calling him Chief Anderson. I have to call him Dr. Chief Anderson because he's the only police chief we ever had that had the type of education that he had. And we should respect that. We should respect that. Now, a couple of days ago, we talked about police brutality in the back of the library. I observed police brutality today. Guess what, y'all? The same woman that y'all talking about, she's got a mental problem. Is she smoking crack? Yes, she got a mental problem. There's no question about it. She has a mental problem. But the same woman was arrested by Pittsfield Township policemen. She was taken to the hospital. Now, what I want y'all to do, all you folks that interested in talking about police brutality in the city, I want y'all to go and FOIA the video of that arrest and tell the women on the move to go and do the same thing. Because it's too many criticisms coming to Ypsilanti, and Ypsilanti is trying its best.
Your time is up.
I didn't hear no buzz.
It was going on for this will be
You cheated.
our last speaker, and we hit our time.
Before my time starts.
Yeah, exactly.
Council member Wilcoxon, I believe her nameplates are switched, has been bugging me this entire
Oh,
time.
it is.
I'm very sorry, but it is bugging this shit out of me. Mhm. Anyway.
Jersey
Thank you.
swap.
I'm just saying. Thank you.
I'll do the Jersey swap.
What you said earlier. Go ahead. I didn't want to get you to the rest of this.
Your name.
Michael, Rescue, Belgrade resident. Thank you again. I stand before you folks, as I did 2 weeks ago, in an attempt to address this whole matter. And first I want to acknowledge, the unhoused population over in Belcramer are in a vicious cycle of what is likely addiction, mental health problems, being unhoused, and joblessness, etc. I am not, unaware of that, as I'm sure many of you in the council are not as well. I think the misalignment here, what you're seeing in front of the community, is basically a matter of time spent on this issue. So the encampment that's been there, from my understanding, has been there for several years. This isn't a new problem. And a couple of phrases come to mind, particularly, the first best time to plant trees 20 years ago, second best time is now. As much as I would love to see immediate response, and I do see a response from the city, it is not the exact one that I envisioned. But as you can see behind me, there's a lot of people here that do want a permanent solution. I am in the unfortunate population, small though we are, and being outnumbered, I should say, that has to directly deal with the the abject issues that are approaching us in the Belgrade neighborhood. I am happy to see, organizations like Fed Ministries have been available to us, which also lends me to, kind of think, being a recovering cult member, why won't the church do anything about this? Why don't they practice what they preach? Why don't they open up their doors to these people who are unhoused during the night so that they don't have to freeze to death over the winter? So that, the freight house doesn't have to bear the burden for its inefficient heat throughout the entire winter. Because that just doesn't make sense to me. But, I'm just one person. I'm not a council member. Quite frankly, I don't think I voted for any of you. I would have voted for Ms. Simmons, so I won't lie. I think you're Ward 1, right?
No.
Okay. I don't think I got the chance to vote for Ms. King, sorry. But, that said, sorry you all have to deal with this influx of emotion. I would prefer a much better interim solution as opposed to just this week.
I was under the understanding that there was going to be a little bit more of a push to actually see like an interim solution for these people to have a position like to go to. But I'm not seeing that, and I'm very disappointed that's not before you today. So please take that into account when you vote.
Thank you. Okay. That was Rose public comments. Thank you. I'm assuming that many individuals have lots of things they want to say. I'm hoping that we have this discussion or resolution on the agenda that we can come to further discussion of thoughts and, you know, deliberate on this topic. I appreciate everybody's comments. I also appreciate those who were honoring the ability for folks to be able to share no matter what the different opinions are, because that's what this is actually about. For folks to be able to lift their voices no matter what you feel. And I see hands, okay. Give me 1 second. After this, we do have some presentation, well, one presentation. I did not get to reiterate before we came back from closed session that the agenda has been amended. And so letter G was moved up to the beginning of our agenda under resolutions, motion, and discussions. Letter E, you can see was already struck through for postponement to July 21st, and letter F has been removed. Because we moved letter G, I'm gonna ask council if you have remarks to make on public comments, to keep them very brief, because I know that moved letter B down further. But that we hold any large discussion until that time, so we can actually get to it and do it thoroughly and respectfully. Councilor Fellows.
Yeah, someone made this suggestion in public comment. I think it's a good one, just to move to extend. So I would like to try to move to extend for say 30 minutes in case there's anybody else that would like to comment.
Support. It's been moved and supported to extend for 30 minutes. Please follow.
Councilmember McLean.
Can we have discussion?
Oh, sure.
Quick discussion?
Sure, discussion, my apologies. Yeah.
Because I'm just wondering, is there anybody else in the audience
That's what I was gonna ask.
wanted to speak? Because I know you did make that appeal and I didn't really see many of them.
Okay. All right, so it's one hand, but I did extend it actually to make sure we got to the last person, we just, you know, laterally,
Standing behind your tall back.
Okay, well, if there's only one, is there only one person? Then we can just, hey, you just come on up, we don't have to even do all that. I didn't actually see you, I'm sorry. Are you all okay with moving that motion from the table? All right, thank you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for accommodating me. I really appreciate that. I wish I had a better comment. You know, there are some nights where I come before you and said I expect you to do the right thing. Tonight, I don't expect you to do the right thing, and I'm really sad about that. I expect that you are going to vote to approve this sweep, and I expect that it's going to cause a lot of harm to our community, and I expect to be directly impacted. These people are saying we're not directly impacted. As grassroots service providers, we are absolutely directly impacted by encampment sweeps. And we will be frontline firsthand dealing with the fallout of this. So, you know, I expect you to do the wrong thing. Based on your history of votes, I know that your hearts are in the right places. But I also know the history of actions you've taken. These solutions have been brought to you for years. This gentleman was right. The best time to do something was years ago. And while you have kept a fairly neutral position in a lot of this, I feel like at this point, you are either directly facilitating these solutions or you are obstructing. And there is no trust the process, engage in the bureaucracy. You are reaching out and getting this done together with the people who are trying to do it, or you are obstructing it. And I just think that that's the inherent nature of these positions. Some of you have reached further than others. But as someone who has been engaged in this process for a long time, I'm telling you, I'm not seeing you do what it takes, and I hear you're taking meetings behind the scenes. I know a lot of what's going on beyond these rooms. It's not enough. And people are going to die. And that is going to be lost on you. Those statistics are going to get muddled, they are going to get lost. And it's going to be easy to walk away from this and say that the worst thing that happened was that someone got their bike stolen. This is going to be invisibilized. People are going to be traumatized. And we are going to keep doing this over and over. Unless we find real meaningful solutions. And I am begging you again to not pretend that there's going to be shelter for these people, but to take action to create that shelter now. I have been trying to pursue what it means to be a shelter through our zoning, through our planning. You have work to do with us to make shelter in this place a reality, not just for those who qualify for Delonis, but for those who are outside this system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay, so hold on 1 second. I asked the question, but I will allow you all to speak because we're gonna probably extend it anyway. But I did ask the question, please approach. Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Council, Chapter John G. Collins, the Administrator of the County Jail. Been removed from Christ. I see this like in the jail with the men and women that's in despair. And they are going through challenges in their life. Homeless people are human beings. They're human beings. And down there.
You talking to the mic?
Down there, they I went down there. And there's a lot of sick people down there. A lot of sick people down there. I can be cared. And we understand Seattle, Washington have a homeless situation. Around the country is homeless, people everywhere. And they have they was the community was like all deck, all hands on deck. The community was reaching out and everybody. Everybody can't do everything, but we need people out, people talk, but they don't want to do anything. They remind me of the onslaught on the voting rights. We still fight for voting rights as people. So it reminds me of the homeless people, that they need help. What do we do about that? It's a lot of talk, a lot of everything like that, and we need to understand something about people are human beings. And I see, we don't help them guys out of county jail. And when they be homeless too. But this program that we help them, as far as when they get released and stuff like that, shelter, stuff that, community service and stuff. People are working behind the scenes, so it's not an easy situation, but it can be done. But we need all hands on deck. The brother said about the churches, I agree with you 100%. So anyway, I just want to put my input on it.
Thank you. Okay. I took one more hand.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Simmons, and I have nothing but deep compassion about this whole situation. So we must understand, I feel that we all are human beings. We all have a way where we want to be safe and secure, no matter what the situation is. And at this point in this homeless encampment, see, people could say all about it need to stay there, but they don't see what actually happened when you live there. You don't see the drugs going on. You don't see the prostitution. You don't see needles everywhere in the neighborhood. You don't see that. We see that. We kids who live in that neighborhood. It's more than just not replacing them, but we gotta put these people in consideration too. We can't just focus on our emotion because of the situation. Sometimes people do fall. We all fall down in life. But yes, but do you really want to try to help to get yourself out of your situation? Some of those people, live right behind there. They've been there for years, and some of them are refusing help. They're okay with that condition. So what do we supposed to do? Just accept it? We can't keep enabling people. We gotta put a situation in place for them and also protect the neighborhood and the community. And that's all I'm saying. We have to protect everyone. We all are human beings. And we all need to be safe in our community. And our kids should not be going around looking at needles on the ground. Our kids should not be seeing people in a car having sex. Our kids should not be seeing people walking back and forth out in the street, going back and forth, doing all type of mess. Drug addicts that overdose and looking like they about to fall out on the ground. Our kids should not see that. So what you want us to do? It's okay? That's a small neighborhood. It'd be different if it was a different neighborhood. Anyway, it should not even matter. No encampment should be near a neighborhood. That's a neighborhood where you got kids at. That's not good. Not at all. So whoever agree with that, so be it. But when something happens to one of those kids, let me know how you feel. Thank you.
Any others in the audience who would like to address council before we close public comment? Give you a second to sit. Anyone who hasn't spoken would like to speak. All right, thank you. Oh, okay, they lights. Thank you. That was perfect. The lights went down because the goals on this page. Thank you so much. Okay, again, I will reiterate, I appreciate everyone's comments and we'll definitely, I'm sure you will hear from all of us. Oh, I'm listen. Yeah, I'm not gonna speak to this yet, but I wanted to just ask or put a pin in the conversation about Riverside, the park, the access, the picnic tables, the grilling, all the different things that came up in that comment. Yeah, questions about that too. Yeah, so I just wanna lift that up, that I'm interested in knowing what's going on, and if we are seeing a disappearing of infrastructure that allows people to actually be in that space. And I know that in the past, the idea about parking, that has also come up because there aren't that much. And every time I go through the park, everyone's parked, just a round circle all the way up. And so, yeah, anyway, I do see that as a challenge and also note the flooding impact too. Thank you. All right. The next thing on the agenda is our city communications 2025 review. I'm not sure city manager on that
council, we'll have our communications team come up and I just wanted council to know the good work that this team is doing and to kind of give a first year overview of their work.
Thank you.
I agree.
My note is
Too cold.
Too cold. I have one layer that is real cold. I'm there. It's cool. I'm just saying that. Oh, good. Okay. Sorry. Hello.
Good evening. I have the privilege of sharing some good news about City Communications with you guys. I have a wonderful team doing communications with the city of Ypsilanti. I have Danya, who I've had for about a year and a half at this point, and JD, who I know you guys don't know all of these people, but who's been here since May of last year. So we've been a team for about year and a half. And so I just want to make sure that you guys know what an incredible group of folks that we have doing really creative work at the city of Ypsilanti, doing communications. So I am very thankful for them, and I think that they are the best team ever. That's one big. That's the design session.
Oh, you know what? Wait. One has to turn it back. That's key.
Together.
So a few key terms that are important for you guys to know: followers, people who subscribe to an account, to receive updates on that account. So that's what followers are. Page visits are the number of times an account is visited on a platform and reaches the number of people that post reach for some of these. So those are just a few terms as we start to look at the information. I am not gonna read these things to you. What I do want you to know is that since we took over as a team, the three of us, first Danya and myself, and then JD joining us in May of last year, that exponentially our reach has continued to grow time over time. The amount of people, the amount of shares, the amount of reach, the amount of followers has increased exponentially. We've been able to track it now from last year to this year, and we're still continuing to see that. So we've been able to measure the growth and then also set better goals for this next year of what we want that growth to look like. What we did this year is we came up with a vision. We decided that first we wanted to make local government fun and accessible. So we've worked on a lot of different strategies to make things that were once maybe boring or inaccessible a little bit more accessible. So one of the things when I interviewed JD that he kept saying was, I want to tell stories. And I had already started that communications plan that you guys have already reviewed, which was, I want to be able to tell the story of Ypsilanti. I want to tell the story of what's happening at City Hall and make that clear and visible for everybody. And so when JD said that, I was like, he gets the vision, let's bring him on board for sure, because I think that that's one of the things that we want to do is we want to tell the stories of the city of Ypsilanti. So we started telling the boring work of city government through people stories. We talked about city staff. We told some of the stories about how some of our staff has emigrated here and gotten their citizenship. We've told stories about crossing guards and why they do the work that they do and why they're passionate about the work that they do every day. We have shared what the building department does and why it's important to have different permits and things like that. And we've tried to make those videos that are entertaining and interesting to watch. Danya.
Hello. Hi, how's it going? Sorry, I'm not like the most eloquent public speaker, but I'm happy to be talking to you today. So our biggest month of social media success was in October of 2025. We had over 1,000 followers gained on Facebook with 1,600 Facebook page visits, 205,000 Facebook accounts reached, 127 new followers on Instagram, and over 16,000 Instagram profiles reached. So what happened in October? We were able to talk about the Dorsey Estates ribbon cutting. We had an informational release, a breast cancer awareness month, comedic city preservation planning video, an interview of the city crossing guard, Vance Johnson. Our top multimedia content of 2025 was the ribbon cutting of Dorsey Estates, and then an informational release and a launch of RX Kids, which if you haven't heard of the program, I would check it out. It's great, and that post had 317 clicks to the application information page. We had a holiday toy giveaway from YPD and Captain Jeff Schultz as firefighter of the year. Are you cooking for me? Nice. We had some features on social media per department. Our top features were, I'm not gonna read through all of these, but our top features were YFD, mayor and city council, YPD, DPW, and then the clerk's office. We had a total of 7 features on social media. Community services, we had a total of 10 features on social media. And our city manager, we had 1 feature on social media, and I know that Andrew is just dying to make his debut again. And then we've had, features on our HR department and our, finance. And then, something we did to try to share information in a fun but engaging way, was introduce, Smeet as the mascot for the city. We all know Smeet, we all love Smeet. So we really used Smeet to try to share and explain some of the history behind Ypsi. So for example, the history of Water Street and explaining, the budget issues there, the dark sky ordinance, city council meetings, civic events, and then, trying to, promote EMU football.
I can pick these, I can make this up, right?
Yeah, you can lift, yeah, lift it up.
Sorry, I'm just on. Yeah.
There you go.
We have quite very high differences.
Yes.
Hello, council, long-time viewer, first-time speaker. So the newsletter, since I started, last May, has kind of been, my baby. We've all had a role in, different aspects of social media. Later on, a few months after I started, the, citywide newsletter is the one that I had kind of took over. It had been dormant for a while due to the different staffing changes, the city had seen communications, but we brought it back in last September. It's regularly sent out on our email subscribers list the first Friday of every month. We have shifted the focus of it to inform residents on just what's happening with city government in terms of the different projects. That could be, the road projects, the parking lot projects. People know where we are with those things, what they need to know in terms of alternate plans, what they need to know, how that impacts them. Also telling the stories, one of the social media of the city staff. One thing that I really tried to do is make the newsletter that's something people actually want to read. And with that is, how do we make the city government engaging? How do we make it fun? How do we tell stories that people otherwise wouldn't hear? We've seen that a little bit with this June's newsletter in terms of our Throwback Thursdays. It actually gained a lot of traction on social media. We've bled that over into our newsletters as well. So one of them was telling the story of the first Asian American immigrants here in the city in honor of AAPI month, which was last month. But we've also identified the newsletter as a serious area of growth. So right now we have about 1,000 emails who receive the newsletter. Is regularly opened by about 25 to 30% of those, which in the marketing communications realm is actually a pretty solid number. But we've identified it as a pretty big area of improvement that we want to see. One issue is that many emails that are subscribed are very old. So people, subscribed years ago and the emails may not be one that they use anymore. It gets full. Our system only allows for so many bounced emails before it gets rid of that email. So we actually see a little bit as people subscribe. We also see a little bit of stagnation because as more people subscribe, there are emails that get kicked out. But the good thing is we have a very, very solid core group of people who are engaged, who do read it. Our open rate stays very consistent. And we have been working on different ways to just grow the number. One of the things we've done is make the newsletter physically accessible at various locations, one of them being the senior center. And the response that we've gotten from that has been very positive, and the people who utilize that space be able to get that information. So in last September, we also, so I'm sure many people know, the city changed trash systems, and we highlighted that because that was a very big campaign for us in terms of it really highlighted the function of communications in the city in terms of that we work very collaboratively with the other departments. That's one of the joys of the job personally for me. And that meant we were working very closely with EPW, and we utilized several forms of informing people of what the change that was going to take place, and that included letters that were sent to all the addresses, the public notices posted online on our website and through our email system, social media posts, and also local news outlets as well.
And then results from that were, we actually saw a 28% increase in visitors to our website during that time. And I know that doesn't sound very big, but our website's very predictable in the analytics. We have a very consistent routine number of people who are regularly on the city website. They tend to visit the same pages. So when we do see changes, it's very noticeable. And with that, during the month of September, the trash page was the most visited site. And that was very great for us. That's what we wanted. We were putting all the information there. We wanted people to be directed there. We wanted people to like hear for more information, and they were doing that. So we saw a 28% increase. So we saw about a little over 28,000 the website. Also, with the extra communication that was all going out, our local news outlets saw that as well, and that was great. I highlighted an article that was done by the Eastern, did a very good, like, in-depth story, just talking about the trash change and why the city was doing it, what people need to know. So it was great to see the resources that were put out, like on social media, on the website, be able to assist our local journalists as well. And that leads us to our next point, which was kind of looking at the city in the media. So there were over 160 mentions of the city, of city departments, city government, in a lot of our reputable news organizations. So starting in April 2025, continuing through the end of 2025, we saw a notable increase in news coverage where the material that the communications team in the city was putting out were utilized by local media, and that includes, media advisories and press releases that proactively invite journalists and members of the media to cover notable events. But that also included times where they approached us, organically. A lot of times because they saw, social media posts, they saw things posted on the website that piqued their interest, that they thought was important to talk about. And some key notable moments was, of course, the launch of RX Kids in November. That was a big moment for us. That was covered by 8 outlets alone in the month, and that grew going into September, December, and January. We got coverage from, Channel 4, WXYZ was there. The fire department operating at the Freight House Museum. That was a great example of this. The museum and kind of our local partners to put out information that attracted some, really, really just nice coverage of just our fire guys and just awesome things that they do. And then youth mini grants, the Leave the Leaves campaign, kind of even the start of like snow and ice campaign, things that are pretty like, people always don't think about that as like front page news, but it was examples of us not necessarily inviting media for coverage, but them being able to access the information that we were providing really for the residents, but them also wanting to amplify that and be able to expand that coverage even more, because the way we look at it is, we can put out information, but we only have so many different channels. But if, our local media partners are also covering things, that just increases the number of people that are getting that information. So it's a very positive development for the city. We'll pass it on now to Kate. Yes.
Thank you. So like I mentioned at the beginning, essentially, we've been tracking our stats, and so now we can set goals that are a little bit more measurable, a little bit better, that we can say, okay, we grew by this much, and so this next year, our goal is to grow by this much. So we do have some social media goals to increase our followers on Facebook, Instagram, which are our 2 most commonly used platforms, through partnerships, increase our video content, and continue to feature boring content made fun with resources for citizens. So essentially taking more opportunities to use SMEET and to tell that story of different things. And so we're going to be we're working on a new comprehensive plan for the planning department, and so really spending time each month having SMEET talk about why planning is important, what is planning 101, that kind of thing. Why do we have zoning laws? Why are they important? What do they mean? That kind of thing that hopefully makes that content accessible and a little bit more reachable. Newsflash, to grow our subscribers through social media. I know that one of the things that JD is working with the finance department on is making sure that a QR code goes out with tax bills so that people can subscribe to the newsletter, and also with an email, because not everybody knows what a QR code is and how they work. So an email that's
and how we kind of integrate ourselves into all the different departments has been sort of an overwhelming goal, but I think that with YPD, YFD, and DPW is kind of next steps at this point now that we have a consistent team. And then again, continuing to share staff stories, making ourselves more accessible, but also demystifying kind of what happens at City Hall and why people would want to come here and hopefully make them feel a little more approachable in coming here. I think that's about everything. Thank you guys. Like I said, I think I have one of the best teams here at City Hall. It's been a lot of fun creating this department, and hopefully you've noticed that, and hopefully we continue to see that there's differences and opportunities for people to connect better with City Hall.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I actually will say that I've heard great things about the work, and I've seen it and to participate in some of it that this department has done. And so you all coming together has been really wonderful for us, because we didn't really have a great footprint in terms of social media and kind of getting information out to different platforms. I think we've already seen growth, and I believe that will continue as you all are doing the work together. Particularly with the newsletter, that was the one that I always talked about, that we want to see more folks subscribe to that and receive it, but also if there are people who need it hard copy, that we make that available. And I did not know they were at the senior center, so that's good to know, to share with folks.
That's in the last like 6 months.
Oh,
We've just been finally getting them over to the pool, senior center. Where else did you? Park Ridge Library. Yeah.
So that's good to know, to direct people there if they want a hard copy version of the newsletter. But even
one of the things I hear all the time.
Yeah, even the configuration of it though, it flows really nicely. It tells a lot of different stories and explains, it introduces new employees. It does all the things that I think people would want to know. So we need to be publicizing that more to get more subscribers and more people going to pick those up. So thank you all so much. But I'll open the floor if folks have questions or the comments. Councilmember Susan.
Yeah, I also wanted to add on to that and say that even my friends that don't live in Ypsilanti, they love State Life. And like being able to participate in the social media that one time, that was really cool. You know, all the coffees with council, seeing everybody's videos, and it was really cool. So I just like to see where this goes from here, because I'm pretty sure that you guys can go further and make this a more fun and accessible thing for everybody. So thank you for all your work.
Not about popular council.
Yeah,
We like watching those ones.
That was really fun.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, those popular councils. You know, I found a lot of people who like to talk with squirrels too. So that's been the biggest thing for me from that. A question I have as we're talking about like the news and media pieces, you know, I know people talk about that a lot, you know, like who's telling news here. But I was wondering about whether y'all have been building a relationship with the Eastern Echo. One, because I mean, those stories are not paywalls, at least. So that's always great. And they're physically around in the area too. So, and sometimes I know that they come and cover and they stay pretty late. So anyway, I was just wondering about that relationship. You know, I know MLive is its own thing too, but just thinking about the Eastern Echo, which is an award-winning publication, as well. So I just wanted to lift that and see if that's something you all are thinking about.
We definitely have been working on those relationships. We've been really cultivating them in the sense that the minute the press releases are going out, we're responding to them. We're ensuring that like when they send us emails that somebody is getting back with them, even if the comment is no comment, that we're making sure that we're continuing those conversations or letting them know that a press release will be coming later on different topics and things like that. JD is always on me and does a really good job making sure that we are responsive to news. Having a news background, he understands when the call doesn't get answered, that can just be really hard, right? And so just taking that as opportunities to do that. Another one is WEMU that we spend a lot of time doing interviews with. A lot of times they'll still want to speak with DPW on different topics and things like that. And sometimes I'll be like, the topic will not be something that I would have thought that was going to be really an important one. What was that one that they recently, that she called about? Oh, it was the history. How did we come up with the Throwback Thursday? And we were like, well, Throwback Thursday is a thing. But like, and then claiming that, you know, just the history and, you know, one of our values is heritage. And so continually sharing stories.
from Ypsi's history. And so I think that with WEMU specifically and the Echo, we've spent a lot of time over the last year developing those relationships. And that was one of my goals, was to make sure that we had a solid list, that when we had something we wanted to share, that we knew the people on the other end of those emails to say, hey, can we share this story? And the vice versa, that they would know when they send an email with that they know our faces as well. And then those relationships are developed.
Along those lines, you know, if we're sharing with the media outlets, you know, Echo, WMU, maybe MLive, are we also correcting any misinformation when we see it coming out?
All the time. Yeah, I mean, we're spending a lot of time sending those emails that are like, hey, that's not quite right, or that's not our police chief anymore, that you put a picture in an article, and so making sure that we clarify those things that are just inaccurate, right? And just making sure that the news articles are as accurate when we catch them. So if you guys, by all means, if you guys see those things that are out there that are inaccurate, that are city facts, let us know. We're happy to help respond to them too.
I'm glad to know you all are doing that, because I've done it myself.
Yep.
So I'm happy that you all are looking for that.
Yep,
too,
it's
because
important.
it happens to us often. I have many other thoughts about the media and how.
Well, and I think that one of the things that we skimmed over a little bit, but we've also been just trying to measure sentiment for articles too, right? Have a sense of like positive, and honestly, we had a lot of overwhelmingly positive news this last year. I know that there's the negative pieces and things like that, but there's also been really, really great stories that all of the different outlets have shared. And so, I mean, I've actually, since tracking it in the last year, I've been surprised how many times CBS, ABC, and NBC have been out doing stories for us. And so it's been really great to see the positive.
Yeah, they reached out and showed desire to know when there are things for them to come out and see or learn about in the community as well. They want to with positive stories. And so I've appreciated that. You know, we still see certain news outlets that, you know, the subject line is often painted in a negative light, especially when things happen like adjacent to Ypsilanti. And that's one of the areas that I don't know how we change that, but I love that we're telling our own stories that always will like combat some of the negativity that we tend to see when something happens on the east side versus the west side or closer to the east side of the county and whatnot. So thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for this. You know, when we first started talking about having a communications person, and now, you know, it's my initial.
We all serve other purposes too. Yeah, as you all know. It's one of the hats that all three of us wear.
You know, initially, a lot of it was about critical thinking. Right? And this has gone so far beyond that. It's really lovely to see that the positivity that's coming out of these communications. The mayor brought up one of the issues. I've had long relationship with MLive since I've been on council, and I challenged each reporter that I contacted about the nature of the stories that they publish about Ypsilanti. And the last point we're making is that if there's anything negative that happens in the county, it's an Ypsilanti person did it. Whether they're in Ypsilanti or not, whether it had anything to do with Ypsilanti or not, that's what got published. Anything positive that happened, and I read a number of these stories and talked with them about it. It's like things that happened positive in Ypsilanti were ascribed to Ann Arbor. Just across the board.
Ann Arbor area.
And if it was positive, it was Ann Arbor, if it was a negative, it was Ypsilanti. So I'm wondering if you're in those conversations that you're having with these outlets, advancing that, because it's been really very vital for years.
Yeah, I mean, we're aware of our perception, and I think that's one of the reasons that we're just trying to flood it with the positive stories, right? Because we all believe that we all love Ypsilanti. We're here, we love it, and we're trying to tell those stories. And so trying to overwhelm it with the positive, we know there's negative, we know that there's problems and issues that we're all trying to solve that are very, very large, right? We've just spent a very long time talking about them. And so that's hard. And I think that's hard every day, but we also have really beautiful stories coming out of Ypsilanti every day also. And so making sure that we are telling those as often as we're talking the challenging ones as well. And I think that one thing that I try to use for accuracy points is like city of Ypsilanti, right? Like and share that story. That's who we are, is the city of Ypsilanti, right? Like, yes, there's a greater Ypsilanti, but we are the city of Ypsilanti. And just trying to make that, I know that that's a very tiny
tiny difference, but it's an important one. I have a friend in Pittsfield and they were not ever Pittsfield until recently. They had a story that Pitts had all of a sudden with Pittsfield Township, so. You know, it's unfortunately that they get that look also, and so I think it's just important for us to always tell the positives.
Mayor, real quickly, thank you for the presentation, thank you for your good work. I just want to chime in and reinforce exactly what Councilmember Wilcoxon just mentioned. Because I do think it's important to sort of work the referee on the image. And I think it would be time well spent, if you start to get in the heads of those reporters. And the next time they start writing something negative, and then put it next to Ypsilanti, they may think about it before they do that.
Yep.
And that's the step in the right direction.
Absolutely.
I have noticed the growth in both the communications and social media and elsewhere too, and I think it's great. I think overall the job's been done really well. Comms is important. A lot of us have been advocating for years in Ypsilanti around transparency around the things that the city does, and bringing more transparency to city processes, meetings, accessibility, you know, programs and projects that come out of the city is only going to benefit the community. So I do think it's good. I particularly like the history that's been talked about in the social media. The API month coverage was great. Dorsey Estates trash. I think that was very helpful for letting neighbors know what to expect. I just wanted to make a small comment that with the Smeat, the decision to kind of like go further with the Smeat Frog stuff. I think it's a beloved icon, in part because it was created by like artist community more than 25 years ago. And so I think at the minimum, touching base with them to see how they feel about it and like getting their input and maybe even their creative direction around it, if the city is going to move forward, would be helpful. So it can help connect you to those people. And I do just want to state a very small concern. It's not a major one, but I just do have a small concern about the social media aspect becoming kind of like a personal social media page of a couple staff, when it would be better for our comms to encompass a variety of residents and perspectives. So we're not just becoming kind of like, I think people can have their own personal social media pages, but that city comm should be more reflective of a broad amount of people.
Yeah, I know that staff did approach the creator of Speed to talk about using Speed, and so we have communicated with them intentionally, and we're spending a lot of time doing a lot of that, as well as fact checking ourselves. And we have also, I think, incorporated a lot of different voices. You know, we did the I love, what do you love about Ypsilanti? And we just randomly went through City Hall intentionally to just like grab people who are here, who are working here every day. Like, what do you love about Ypsilanti? We did that. We also did a thankful one for around Thanksgiving time. Again, trying to get lots of different faces and lots of different folks, so that you guys again know who all is here and who's at City Hall, and so that people feel like we're approachable and available to their needs all the time.
Thank you. Anything further from council? Well, I'll say we greatly appreciate the work that you all been doing, and please keep it up. I think it's only up from here. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda, look, I almost forgot my own thing. Councilmember McLean, you actually have the letter P that was moved up. 2026-145. Yep.
Resolution number 2026-145, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority, AATA, has secured the necessary funding to construct a new East Side Transit Center in the downtown district of Ypsilanti. And whereas AATA has collaborated with the city and public for targeted engagement efforts, resulting in completed preliminary designs. And whereas to construct the transit center as planned, AATA requires the purchase of city property. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approves the sale of specified parcels for the amount of,
Oh,
I have a blank line.
So yeah, that was published before we had our final number, the offered price is $705,000.
For the amount of $705,000. Be it further resolved that the city council directs the city clerk to sign the purchase agreement pending the approval of city attorney.
Support.
So moved by Councilmember McQueen, supported by Councilmember Tucson. City Manager.
Council, as you know, the AAATA has been going through a process to reconstruct the East Side Transit Center. This project started in 2018, and then, of course, there was COVID in 2020, which slowed it down. But in 2023, we were contacted by AAATA, and we started discussions about what this new transit center could be. We met with them quite often, and they also had a very robust public engagement. In order to construct the transit center that council and the public have seen, they need to buy 2 parcels. And if council would take a look at that piece of paper of that property, they would be purchasing the 2 properties in pink. And that would give them the ability to build the new transit center. We have members of AAATA here. If you have any questions, we also have our attorney and a member of community services. But we are ready to open for questions.
Can you describe this map?
Literally.
Because I feel like I know what was here. This does not look like what I see.
These involve their design.
Okay.
So if you look at the right, that's gonna be Washington Street, and on the bottom is Pearl.
Okay.
So this is basically after it's constructed, this is what it will look like. The green section is the section that will be maintained by the city. And then the blue parts are what they already currently own. So that on the left there, that's the transit center, and on the right, it's kind of that concrete section. But the 2 pink ones are going to be the ones they purchase. And if you look at the white box on the right, those are those 3 buildings that are there currently.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. It makes sense. Across from there. Yeah, okay.
But you said the green is what they already have?
No, the green is what we'll maintain. The blue is what they already own.
You're right. Kind of like we bifurcate like that area along Pearl, so they just have, that's just. That's just.
Yeah, it's just, I think we're
Always
wrong.
The
Are they addressed this way?
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, don't, okay, so this is the thing.
Yeah.
So the pink one says Washington as like an address, but Washington is actually on the other by the blue.
So this parcel has been historically considered as the parking lot, the city owns, and AATA runs kind of the transit spot. EMU actually owned part of it, the city owned part of it, there's some private ownership in there. And so EMU deeded over the entire parking lot to us, I wanna say
17-ish.
So 10 years ago, which kind of has made this kind of an even weirder parcel, but. The parcel will be addressed to. Oh, so the access to this parking lot is off Washington Street, which is why it's.
It's addressed to Washington.
Okay.
Helps.
So. I think that the map is actually up here now, can you scroll down a tiny bit? And so, yeah, the main bulk of the transit center is actually at the south portion of the. Of the second pink tab, so you can kind of see the building, then how the flow will happen. So right now, all the pink and the green are city owned, The blue is a home, and then the pinks are being proposed to be sold to AAT.
Okay, so in the large pink one, 212 North Washington, currently there are parking spots in there.
Correct.
How many of those are we losing with this?
All.
What, how, I mean, what's the number?
You know the number of that block? 140 total, and I believe it's 40 in the green space that'll remain.
That we'll keep.
But there will be about another. How many parking spots are gonna be in your parking lot area?
For the employee one,
Yeah,
that'll just be, I think it's around 10.
okay, so about 10 parking spaces will be in there, that'll be for the employee parking. And some other parking, so we will lose a substantial amount of parking in that lot. I will note that that is the most underutilized parking lot we have.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Simmons, I saw your hand, I'm gonna choose on that.
I was gonna ask some of the same questions around like what the parking question and trying to figure out what's in these squares now. And so I'm kind of sitting with that, but it looks like just. Are some of these also buildings that will be coming down at all or no?
The only building that will be coming down is the current transit center.
Which is just in this one little blue, in this corner.
Correct. All of the private structures will not be touched. So the 3 buildings on Washington Street and the 2 houses
Right behind.
on Adams Street will not be touched.
And then, so then for people to get into this green here, they would need to access it from.
Adams.
So.
Go around. Well, it's a two-way right there. So.
Yeah.
And then there's no, sorry, I don't want to,
I mean, I probably come back.
I feel like your question just peaked. So nothing is changing with like Pearl Street itself.
Correct.
So it will remain a one-way.
Correct.
So then folks would have, okay.
But the majority of the bus traffic will happen in that parcel.
Side of it.
Correct.
Them on the street.
There will still be there still will be traffic on Pearl Street, but majority of the buses, right now, the station is over, well.
Right. So those bays will remain on Pearl Street that are already, like with the new center?
Can I get Gretchen?
No, I
and Tina come up?
Oh, hey, I didn't see you back there.
I think you're the right one, but.
Yeah,
I figured
we talked about this a lot, but this is.
No.
I don't know what the final plan was, and so I'm wondering, are the bays that currently house buses now, will they remain with this new development?
We will keep 5 bays. We're going down from 6 to 5 because they are currently actually too small and not ideal for bus operations. So we're making them a little bit longer, which means that we only have spaces for 5. But one of them will be able to accommodate a long accordion style bus for future high capacity transit.
And so you can tell I'm so into this. So the buses now will enter from Adams Street. Or I see buses in this picture going in through the middle of this.
Yes, they'll circulate along Pearl. And then also we'll have a new diagonal bus lane through the middle of what's now the parking lot. They'll come off of Adams and exit onto Washington.
See?
Yeah.
And then
we'll.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. And there won't be bays on Washington anymore? Like there's buses that stop on Washington sometimes.
That correct.
They're not real bays, but they stop there
They
because
do.
there's no space.
Right.
Okay.
You've been so kind to give us some space for our lay-by buses because we don't really have enough space even today. But all of that will be going away and replaced with we're hoping that we can have our A-Ride and Flex Ride be able to stop right there at the corner to help facilitate people being able to get to the transit center and as well as ride fixed route if they would like to do so.
My last question before I stop asking for right now. Is actually about I know this is about the purchase, but really quickly about the actual proposed center. We talked about, community space and like, you said that before they might be like a conference room or a room or a space. Is that still proposed to be a part of this plan for, like, there to be staff on site and also maybe places for folks to sit or use the space?
We have spaces for our staff, for ticket purchases, information. We have a nice, much larger waiting room, for people indoor. That many more people than does today, yes. And then we have a much nicer, larger driver area. We can only fit a few drivers in the current YTC at a time, so hoping to make that a lot more comfortable for them. And then we do have a small amount of space still reserved for some sort of, we're just calling it a multi-purpose space right now. We haven't gotten that right into those discussions. It's small space, I think 200 square feet, but something that will come as we go into the design further.
So number is still there. Thank you. Yeah. There's questions from council. Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, I guess question for you is that, almost a year ago when, last time design came in front of us, there was talk about that outdoor commons. How is that being accommodated? Plan.
So we're still in the middle of design, and it's very hard to see in this diagram. The corner of Pearl and Washington, we are designing a really nice plaza area. There's other areas too that are for, water, stormwater, bioretention swales and things like that. So we're hoping to make it a very peaceful, comfortable space, but we haven't gotten into the design for, we're still in the process of design development, it's called, and so we're just kind of restarting the design process and getting into all those questions.
Sounds good. I would like for more collaboration in design between the city and AAUTA. Because it's been about a year and I was hoping for more of an update on the commons part, so would like to have a little bit more integration between us. The other question is for both staff and ATA is how did you come up with this number of $705,000?
The AATA did an appraisal. We had one as well, but the appraisal that we received, we were satisfied with the numbers. So this is based off their appraisal, and they could probably go into more about it, but the property was appraised, and this is basically the value that was provided, except a little bit lower.
Hi, I'm Dana Reed, I'm from the ride. The only thing I would add is that we did undergo a negotiation based on the appraisals to establish the fair market value. This is well within fair market value as set by both appraisals, and also has been approved by the FTA, Federal Transit Administration, which is required because we're using federal funding on this project. So
we also had our assessor look at the appraisal, and she said it was a fair appraisal to be used for this process.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really know this figure until just now, so I haven't been able to check with kind of my own research into the value, but it is a downtown parcel, and we don't, as a city, don't have many publicly owned land, so when we give it up, especially in central locations like this, it's a lot to consider. Of course, I want transit expansion. And I will take this moment to say, I do hope that the AAAT responds to community demand to have a free fares for patrons, because that is something that has been coming up. I also want to ask that in exchange for this great benefit from us to have a fairly affordable piece of prime real estate that is publicly owned, I wonder if there's other council members that would support amending this resolution to include adding 2 more representatives from Ypsilanti to the AAATA, because right now we only have one of, I believe, a 10 person board, or And that's far too little for how much the AAATA is servicing our community. And how much ridership comes from Ypsilanti, and it's far too skewed, so.
I would support it if we can. I see that you're looking at the lawyer. Can you give us some input?
Know where to begin. I think that would be I'm guessing it would have to go to the charter documentation for AATA. So I would suspect be outside the scope of our review.
Was physically left out.
Hi.
Jesse Miller, I'm the Ypsilanti sole representative on the board. Just having been through a process some number of years ago about looking into this, what would be required, as I understand, and it will of course defer to legal. The membership of the board is determined by legislation that was co-signed by the mayors of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti and the township township supervisor. So to change the makeup of the board would require an agreement among those three municipalities to do that enacting legislation.
And how many, Ypsilanti Township is? One. Okay.
So, yeah, I guess my motion is to, ask for, the AAATA to look into this and to contact the, people that need to renegotiate this agreement. So that we can have more representation. I think it's a fair, trade for a piece of public land.
I just think, what I'm saying is that it's actually a discussion that has to happen with you. So that you would all have to reach out. The board, we serve at the pleasure of the municipalities. We have no power to reshape our own membership. And I would venture that we would not want to voice any sort of opinions to those to the people that appoint us, because that's not our place. Our place is to manage the transit agency according to the rules that you all have set up for us. But I would absolutely encourage you to start those conversations with the city of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti Township, because I do personally agree that it is very skewed. It certainly is not representative of even the just general population of the service area.
So I appreciate that feedback, Jesse. That's what I'm hoping to do here is to initiate that conversation. I mean, it's been initiated before too, but just say, add to the resolution that we would like to start talks with the city of Ann Arbor and the township in order to increase representation on the AAATA of Ypsilanti residents and township residents.
Moved. I support it. Let me ask a point of order question. Is this an amendment to this resolution or a separate motion?
It could be either. I mean, it's within the resolution. It's not, it doesn't change the outcome of this resolution. It says that we would like, to form this partnership. We're going to be exchanging city-owned land for, transit service expansion, which is great, but we also want to encourage negotiations to have more representation on the AT.
Oh, yes, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure if it was an amendment or a separate motion. So if it's an amendment, we can move forward discussion on the amendment. Councilmember McLean?
Trying to understand as we're doing this, maybe this is a question from council, but we've already heard testimony that federal authorities are scrutinizing this transaction. And is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. So, when we legislate here from the bench, at the last minute, there's always possibility of unintended consequence. I'm wondering, what are the chances that people look at this at the federal level or somewhere else and say, what is this? It seems to me that this ought to be a clean piece of clean resolution that is asking, we're going to have a discussion about membership on the board. That's totally separate.
Logistically, I would probably agree with you. I think council is, without even needing to amend it, has probably spoken its piece on this issue now. If it would like to amend it, I think it would say in supporting this resolution, council would desire the opportunity to reopen discussions regarding the makeup of the board. I don't think that's gonna have a terrible effect on, or frankly, any meaningful effect on the any higher level review of what we're doing here today. So I think you do it either way, but if you were to make it an amendment to this resolution, I suppose it could just be a very simple statement. And we, and oh, by the way, we would like more representation on the AAT board.
All right, further discussion? Michael John?
I'm surprised that, the number came up here, it wasn't up there at the same time. The point about, I can appreciate Councilmember Fellows' point of putting it on here, as a state of lever. This is purchase. I could go either way, because I think it's need to have it as it is and have a separate motion to open this communication, because I think everybody on board wants council. We're underrepresented on that board. Yeah. I could go either way on these.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the pieces is that, within the whereas we have, we're talking about the collaboration between AATA and the city. And so I could see it being added just as another, therefore be it resolved, that the council would like to, begin a process to renegotiate how many seats we have. And that could come after the sale. Yeah, after the first be it resolved. So I feel like it kind of makes sense as opposed to, it's already pretty short. I think kind of asking for representation is not gonna mess with the actual sale happening. But then our partners also would likely see it too. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd also like to see, if we're going to make this kind of request, have a basis to the request, not just we want. If there's issues related to ridership, if there's issues related to population. I'm sure there is basis and I support the concept. But I think just tacking it on here kind of at the last minute is cafe.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that I agree that, or I appreciate the inputs that's come, so I think that's correct, just adding a resolve that says that we'd like to reopen negotiations around representation on the board as a resolve statement is exactly it. I don't see this as being disruptive, but just a smart way to leverage a partnership so that we get the most that we can for our residents here in Ypsilanti. So that is the intention.
Just a point of clarification, when we're requesting more seats on the, for the eastern side of the county, or is it specific to the city? I believe I heard you say Ypsi Township and the city.
I mean, it requires negotiation, I guess, with the township too, so I think we can include them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say something to the reason, or like, why it would make sense for us to have more representation. I mean, I would still say the city, because of, like, it operates more, thinking about the operation within the city, but I mean, I think that the ridership is very strong in terms of, and also some of the most popular lines are about getting Ypsilanti residents into Ann Arbor. And I mean, I think the ridership, I mean, I was excited to hear about the possibility of this, like,
crunching, you know, I'm like, oh, that must be for the 4. Maybe others too, but, so I think that there's definitely will be a strong show for, the number of folks that are using it on a daily. And, you know, otherwise this, you know, when we think about why we're even getting this expanded site, like, I think that that probably speaks to the ridership, and the importance of having a strong space here in Ypsilanti and in the city.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment, Councilman Fellows?
I just want to make sure that the clerk has that, I think it's been changed since then based on friendlies. Whereas therefore it be resolved that council renegotiate the representation on the board to include the increase from township and city. Yeah, request renegotiating. Yeah. Representation.
And so it would be with the township, the city and Ann Arbor.
Correct.
So it would be all 3.
Increase representation.
And I don't think the whereas, we wouldn't need the first whereas. Yeah.
But you want to insert this after the first whereas.
Oh,
After
good.
the-
And now therefore be it resolved.
Now there, okay.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on the amendment? You give her a second to make sure he has it down. Okay, all right, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows. Yes. Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Wilson.
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We're on the amended resolution. Oh, no, we're not done, sorry. We're on the amended resolution. Further discussion from council on the purchase agreement. All right, see you, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilson.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
And Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. All right, Councilmember Fellows, you have 130,
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the minutes of the regular meetings of June 2nd, 2026 of the Ypsilanti City Council be approved, and I so move.
the floor, moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember King. Yeah, anything for the minutes? Any corrections or something? Alright, seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows. Yes. Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Step out.
Here. Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Mayor Brown.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have 140.
Resolution number 2026-140, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following resident be appointed to the Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Peter Church to YPAC, expiration 7/01/2029.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
Oh, my,
Any-
oh, yeah. This discussion.
anything for-
Yeah, so I spoke with applicant Peter Church recently about his application. He expressed that he has previously worked with some of the commissioners on YPAC, so he believed that he would be a good meshing with the rest of the commissioners. He also acknowledged the fact that there is a desire from council to have more balance. If I'm not, he's a Ward 2 applicant, so that would put our Ward 2 membership on YPAC to 3 instead of the 2 that it is now. And we are looking for somebody in Ward 3. So he said that in observance of the desire of council to have a balanced ward, a balance amongst the ward, I'm sorry, that if an applicant for Ward 3 does come along, that he is willing to step down. So, yeah.
Discussion?
Just a quick
what, Trustee King?
So, Ward 1, seats are for,
Yes, Ward 1 is comprised of Commissioner Perry and Commissioner McCormick. I think I used that word.
I know she said we have 2 seats open now for White Pack. Tracy said it was 2 seats open, so what other ward is?
So it's there, if Mr. Church is approved, it would be 3 Ward 2, 2 Ward 1, and 1 Ward 3, so the next member.
Would have been 4. Yeah. Ward 3, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Either. Oh, the White Hat or the.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
and Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you're 1 for 1.
So yeah, so this one has a lot of, so I guess we'll just discuss it. So resolve that resident A be appointed to the Ypsilanti Community Authority, Utilities Authority for a partial term with a term ending March 1st, 2027. Be it further resolved that resident B be appointed to the Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority for a full term with a term ending March 1st, 2029. We have the list of 3 applicants. We heard from 2 of them tonight. And I assume
Support, and Simmons, supported by Councilmember Fellows. Which 2?
Molly and Ryan.
Molly, Weinstein, and Brian.
I didn't name any in them, but I just was saying we heard from 2 of them, Molly Wysong and Ryan Card. We did not hear from Juanita else.
I would move to amend to place Molly Wysong as the full term and I'm Curry as the interim.
What works for you? There's a motion.
Supported for purposes of moving it forward.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember McLean. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Fellows?
I think all of these applicants are great. I support all of them. I'm really glad that, 3 residents stepped forward to fill these 2 seats on the Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority. It's actually a very high pressure role at this point because of the local issues going on with the data center. So, people that are brave that want to step into this role, I respect a lot, and I would be happy to support any of these applicants.
Yeah, I'm interested to know why you kind of place them that way, because when I was thinking about it, one of the things that I felt probably the strongest about was for Ryan McCarthy to be the full term. And I would say, especially because Molly's the newest member,
Resident.
I was gonna say member of our community, but sure, resident. Newest resident, to Ipsy, that was one of the things, so I'm interested in knowing why you would place it that way. I thought. Yeah,
That was to get things moving. With names in place, and these blank spaces, they just kind of search. So I had been expecting you to, as a person reading that, do that.
oh, well, the past couple ones we've had like this, we've opened it up to discussion before we put them in, so that's why I was following that.
Yeah, no, I talked with Molly today, I called Ryan and hadn't gotten a chance to talk to him. So that was pretty quiet, that I had a longer conversation with Molly than I had with Ryan. Was able to do. So, I think they're both good candidates. I think when he would be good as well. As to the comment about this being a high pressure, it's the same pressure. You know, water has always been an issue in this community. This is going to be continued to be an issue. So I don't see that there's any more pressure on our board members than in the past.
Would you be open to flipping them?
to changing?
Or is there something to, other than longevity in the community, is there a reason? They change it?
I would say longevity in the community, I mean, I agree, honestly, they're all great, like, you know. Anybody, thank you, join all of our commission. So I don't wanna like, but yeah, I think longevity in community, I think also Brian being in Ward 1, and knowing when we get the, notices around the water, or like the bills that go over, a lot of them are in Ward 1, so I think having some more one representation across that time in the water board makes sense. That was another thing I was thinking about. And just like the different experience and things that get named. So that would be for me, why I thought that I was kind of like, oh, like I said, I think they all would be good. Like, but that was probably why he stood out in that way. And especially with the two that we're talking about.
Yes, just because it is discussion time, I really was hoping for Juanita and Ryan. And one was because Juanita is a lifelong resident of the city of Ypsilanti. And again, to get some representation from Ward 1, that was one thing that I really was hoping. So I'm glad Ryan was put forward because he is in Ward 1 as well.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment?
I'm sorry, I feel like I just have lack of clarity. So when I asked, you said yes, but was that accepted? In full?
I will take the amendment away. If you want to have a general conversation about it, then kind of, I will rescind them. So it's an open question.
Okay, great.
Okay, so you're taking back the amendment,
Sure.
and then I think you support it. Okay, so we're back to the
Great.
original.
I just wanted to have clarity.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're on the original resolution with no names. Discussion. Councilman Phelps.
I support the, recommendation that, or kind of what's arising from this conversation, maybe for Ryan Carter to be the full term, member and, Molly or Juanita to be the partial term member. I think, I'm happy to move forward in any direction, but the conversation about the longevity and the ward representation, I think is compelling.
Further discussion? I would say this is a good problem to have. I really don't have a preference. I mean, and I think all three of them would serve wonderfully. We have to choose two. So if someone's willing to make an amendment.
So if no one will, I will
Authority.
forward
Thank you.
Ryan and Juanita.
For which slot, like, there's different, the partial term or the full.
Yeah.
In that order?
In that order.
So Ryan for the partial term and Juanita for the full term. There's a motion, there's support.
I'd like to put that.
All right, seeing none, that motion dies. Councilmember Simmons.
All right, so I would move to add Ryan McCarthy for the full term. Yeah, I'll serve that motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to support.
Forced, yeah.
That's supported by Councilmember Mooney to add Ryan McCarthy to the full term ending March 1st, 2029. Discussion on this amendment.
I think the replacement.
Please call the roll.
Okay. Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
and Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we have the partial term remaining. Councilmember King.
I support Juanita House.
Support.
We move by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Tucson for Juanita House for the partial term. Discussion.
I just wanna note that, and, I know, I saw Juanita tonight, but I didn't hear Juanita speak to this particular, nomination and appointment, so, and we did hear from Molly, who I see is still in the audience, so I just wanna note that, and I know that, Juanita is also on a couple other commissions, so it's something to consider. I still support, either candidate, I just wanna add that as context. Thank you, Councilmember King.
I would just say, I think public comment was over and she has stepped out. I know she was gonna say something. She is on the Water Street Committee and HRC. Her term is ending on HRC. I don't know if she will want to be reappointed, but I do know she signed up for Yucca because that was something she was interested in.
Thank you. Further discussion? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Thank everyone who applied, all three of you. We really appreciate it. And if there's another commission or board that you're interested, please do so, because there are vacancies. So. And two. Okay. I don't know. Any more? Okay. Councilman King, yeah, 2026-142.
Whereas the city of Ypsilanti is committed to maintaining safe, healthy, and accessible neighborhoods for all residents. And whereas the encampment located near Kramer Street and Bell Street has generated significant concerns from nearby homeowners.
And I interrupt here to make a motion to extend to do this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes.
15 minutes to deliberate.
Yes.
Didn't convert it to the.
I'm so glad you're with, yes, I'm sorry.
Can we state that, please?
He
I
wants to
move to extend to 11 o'clock.
support. All right, so moving support to extend to 11 o'clock. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, I'm sorry. Councilman King, please.
Whereas the encampment located near Kramer Street and Bell Street has generated significant concerns from nearby homeowners regarding public safety, sanitation, environmental impact, and the usability of the adjacent public spaces. And whereas the city recognizes that homeowners and long-term residents are taxpayers who rely upon the city to protect community well-being, uphold municipal ordinances, and ensure that the public property remains safe and functional. And whereas the city also acknowledges that the individuals residing in the encampment are experiencing housing instability, economic hardship, and vulnerable circumstances. And that these residents deserve to be treated with dignity, compassion, and respect. Whereas the ongoing conditions at the encampment present health and safety risks, both to the individuals living there and to the surrounding neighborhood, including inadequate sanitation, exposure to extreme weather, and limited access to supportive services. And whereas the city has coordinated with community partners, outreach teams, and service agencies to ensure that the residents of the encampment are offered appropriate resources, including shelter options, transportation to available places, connection to housing support services, and referrals to mental health, addiction treatment, and other relevant providers. And whereas the city council seeks to balance the rights and the needs of homeowners with the urgent humanitarian needs of residents experiencing homelessness, and recognizes that clearing an encampment must be accompanied by trauma-informed outreach and alternative shelter pathways whenever feasible. Now therefore be resolved by the city council of the city of Ypsilanti that the city staff, in coordination with social service partners, are hereby authorized to proceed with the removal of the encampment at Kramer and Bell Street in a manner that is, one, lawful, in full compliance with local ordinances, state law, and constitutional requirements. Two, respectful, ensuring that all individuals residing in the encampment are informed, treated with dignity, and given reasonable time to gather their belongings. 3, compassionate, requesting that service providers be present prior to and during the clearing process to offer shelter placement. Outreach support, case management connections, and transportation when appropriate. Accountable, ensuring that all actions taken are documented and that the property is restored to clean, safe, and accessible condition following the removal. And collaborative, encouraging continued partnership with county agencies, nonprofit organizations, and community members to address the broader issue of homelessness in a sustainable and humane manner. Be it further resolved that the City Council reaffirms its commitment to long-term strategies aimed at expanding affordable housing, supporting homelessness prevention programs, and strengthening outreach and crisis response systems within the city of Ypsilanti.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Tucson. We had a slow discussion, we don't really need to be in trouble unless you want to give. And then,
I mean, I don't really have an intro. I know we did have a small conversation at the last meeting. I guess just to address some of the things that was said during public comment. So one of the residents stated the situation about Livingston County and how they drop people off here in the city of Ypsilanti. And then some of the community's response is the city of Ypsilanti's job to house everybody. That's not something we can do, especially when these residents are coming from all over. The one person in the audience stated Livingston County. I know areas right here around the city of Ypsilanti that are doing the same thing, dropping people off here in the city of Ypsilanti, giving us a burden that we can't hold. I know I've heard other people here on council, including Mayor Brown, say why we don't see a lot of this outreach at the county level. Where the funds is at and where the support is at that we need. We need to be leaning on the county as well and other municipalities for help.
thank you. All right, the floor is,
So I guess I'll start with a couple of questions, which is in the resolution, it names that the city is coordinated with community partners, outreach teams, service agencies to ensure that residents of the encampment are offered appropriate resources, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to get some information about what work that the city has done, what those plans look like, and which partners the city has worked with.
So when I find out about this encampment, I did send past there. I spoke to them recently. They're now upping their trips there to once a week. In terms of other organizations that the county is the one that I work with.
And so the county has said what exactly?
The county has told me that they're resource resistant, but that's I want to continue to give them the opportunity to seek resources.
So saying that the people there are resource resistant?
Correct, that is what I was told.
And that's not the PATH team, or is that?
That is the PATH team.
Okay, so this is, so the PATH and the count, this is one partner you're naming.
Correct.
Okay, so, I guess I just would question, so I feel like the way this is worded, it makes it seem like there's more than the one outreach, like I think the PATH team is an outreach team. And that's one, so it seems it kind of makes it seem like there's more. And it also makes it seem like there are these other resources available. But we're naming a lot of resources here that then aren't part of this outreach. So we didn't talk about mental health, addiction treatment, housing, partners, transportation.
shelter options, which we heard that there's a 9-month wait for. So I wanted to kind of get a sense of where we are based on what we have in here, but it sounds like we're still pretty early in those conversations. So it doesn't seem like what we're putting in this resolution is actually accurate. Like, it doesn't seem like we actually do have a way to ensure these other resources. I mean, I have more, but I'll stop at that for now. If you.
So wait, there were other hands, so you can hold that, Councilor Tucson, Councilor King, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
There was a comment that I heard at public comment from an individual, that if I'm mistaken, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but it sounds like misinformation, in regard to, the difference of treatment of one encampment in regard to another. City manager, when there was the encampment there on Water Street, and that encampment was talked about being moved. Didn't the city purchase like a storage unit for individuals to place their things while getting?
After scrutiny.
Right.
After scrutiny.
After,
Yeah.
it was after a very cold winter, and there was a request to aid those living there, and we provided a storage. And then we also teamed up with the Washtenaw Camp Outreach Team, and were able to get people some supplies. And it was in the amount of $7,500.
Thank you, that's all I needed.
Councilor King.
So just for clarity, because I did write the resolution, right? Have we, I know Councilmember Simmons already asked, but it does make it seem like we had other conversations. When I was here last, I heard about a meeting happening on Wednesday. I don't know what Wednesday, because again, I cannot speak to some of this stuff in this resolution because I am not always privy to all the conversations.
Sure, I did not write this resolution. I did not have a meeting with the PATH team. I had a meeting with CMH a couple Wednesdays ago, but that had nothing to do with this. So I'm not sure what that meeting was, because I had not heard it.
So was it a meeting? I mean, before I go further with any question, was there a meeting?
There was not a meeting with the PATH team that I'm aware of either. It was with CMH about totally different topic. I don't know who wrote it. I didn't write this either, obviously.
The clerk wrote it, because I don't want the community to be like, everybody.
Yeah, I didn't write it.
Yeah.
But I think maybe where this is coming from is that the PATH team does do mental health work. They try to connect to some of these resources, so maybe she expounded on that. That's the only thing I can say to it. Because that is some of the work that they do. They try to connect folks to services that they're not already connected to. Some of it could be mental health services, it could be housing, transporting folks who are interested in going to other services, but I cannot speak to if those items actually.
And the reason I was asking that, because it does read as if we have a path forward for some of these things. And again, I assumed there was gonna be a meeting. That meeting did not happen, I guess, as far as I know. But I'm sure the clerk wrote this because of my request, but again, I really thought other conversations were being had, and then I was just out of the loop because I heard it was gonna be that Tuesday after our last meeting, and then I heard it was gonna be, the Wednesday after our last meeting, and then I heard it was this past Wednesday. But I did not.
I have no idea about any meeting that would have happened with the PATH team.
But as far as the other encampment, you said you reached out to Washtenaw Camp Outreach. That didn't happen at all for this one.
No. And I watched because of the extreme cold, council asked for staff to reach out to those living there. We had a meeting with the Washtenaw Camp Outreach. And that is what we get.
Okay, well, I know the residents came to us and I still wanna have some kind of movement on this. And I wanna be able to say we had those conversations and see how we can all work together so everybody feels safe. Because again, some of the narrative that people have painted tonight is that we, the city of Ypsilanti, don't care about unhoused residents. That's not true. But the city of Ypsilanti does have a job to do, and that's protect our residents, including homeowners, even though I know sometimes some people don't think that that's the truth.
Mayor Pro Tem, still.
What struck me when Councilmember Simmons was asking the questions and you know, asking who the partners were and now hearing that Councilmember King didn't have input to the contents of this. What we have here is basically a letter of intent. There's no details about how, the other thing that struck me is there's no timeline for this, right? There's absolutely no timeline. So what we have is a letter of intent. So we have residents that have come forward and said, this is a problem, we need to deal with it. We've had other people come forward and say sweeps don't work, and you know, there's lots of evidence to that effect from all around the country. Right, this is a pervasive problem in the capitalist system we live in. Right, it's not designed to function for everybody. So I look at this and I see the provisions that are put in here in terms of intent. And these things are all great. We should be working with partners. We should be working with as many partners as possible. We've had various people from the community stand up and say, you know, partner with us. You know, this is what needs to happen. And there's nothing in this resolution that precludes that from happening. There's no timeline for this. It's a statement of intent. I think some of these things are well said in terms of, yes, this has been complaints from all sectors of the city about how things have been done in the past, right? And I'm looking at you. Because you said it many times, Kat. I mean, this is the problem, right? So I look at this and I go, this is a great letter of intent, but there's so much that needs to happen to make this work. You know, the folks that came forward and said, it's like, we have people living on the dump. Same thing when we had people living on Water Street that's contaminated. It's like, we don't want people living on the dump. We want people living in a place that is habitable. We also want to address the issues of the crime that's happening in the surrounding area. That's the problem on South Washington Street. We have this problem north of Forest at the end of Railroad Street. These, you know, if this is done haphazardly and people migrate, we're just moving the problem and making it more difficult for all the reasons that people have already said in this in public comment. So in terms of passing this or not passing this, I think this is a framework for continued work. It's not saying that next Tuesday there's going to be a bulldozer going down there and blowing this campus apart. You know, there are significant issues that members of the camp have brought forward too. I mean, Councilmember King went down and spoke with folks, and there were people that lived there that were afraid. We had a person in public comment saying he has nightmares for that, people breaking into his tent. Those things are real and they need to be addressed. But I think putting too much on what is actually said here, this is a letter of intent, and it sounds like we have a whole lot of homework to do to make this happen. And there's nothing in here that I find particularly objectionable, but it's not enough to take action on. And that is going to take a lot more conversation.
I appreciate that. The one thing that I'll say to just picking up on what Councilmember King was sharing was that when we went down to Belcomer, we went down to the encampment, we had some conversations. I spoke with Councilmember King before reaching out to the city manager to inquire about like what are some other options of things that we can do as we move toward, again, wanting folks to be in a safe place, number one, because the dump again is not a safe place for anyone to be. And so there were ideas that I had and then also had heard reiterated from community members around what things could be put in place down there in the meantime, as we continue to have Pat connect with them. But I also, I heard a number of people, not just myself, bring up, I asked what was legal, what was allowable, in terms of engaging leaf, in terms of sharps containers, in terms of additional lighting. I know neighbors asked about that, especially in that entryway, going back on that path that goes into the space, and you know, the addition of trash receptacles. Like, again, I asked about a litany of things in this email that I sent to see what is allowed or what could be, you know, lawful, what it could be immediate, and can do the both and, as we're trying to support folks who want, there are people who want to move, who want to actually leave there, they don't have anywhere to go. There are folks who are afraid to move because they don't have anywhere to go. And then there are the homeowners who are experiencing stress and concern due to all the things that we've heard. And so there is no one answer that's going to solve this. But I tried to ask questions about what would be additional things that would be non-police presence initially to try to move us in that direction while also approaching it with, you know, care, and dignity for all impacted individuals, those who are unhoused and those who are living in the area. And I know that there were some things that I was told are potentially okay to do, and some that are not. And I don't want to. So can you speak to, you know, I asked for a few things: sharps containers, trash receptacles, lighting.
Well, lighting would be very difficult there. We would have to install the infrastructure necessary for that, which would be costly. Trash cans and sharps receptacles, we could do that, but then that's kind of saying that it's okay to be there when there's also trespassing signs and things like that. So it's not, even though that it might sound simple, it's not always an easy answer.
And so I asked the questions because I think there are things that we didn't know the answer to. Like, for instance, when I asked about trash cans, I didn't know if that would be an issue or not. You're saying that it potentially could be an issue because it's no trespassing there already. I asked about the sharps containers. You said that is a possibility.
Sure, it is a possibility. But it's also, by doing that, we're saying it's okay to live on a dump, which is, we can't necessarily say.
Correct. I understand the liability piece for the city. What my biggest concern is, I understand, right, on both ends, and I think that we're just gonna be in like a cyclical space and increased tension in the community. And I'm just gonna name that, like, you know, there's gonna be increased tension. I've heard a lot of things over the last 2 weeks. And so what I don't want is what I think I heard, maybe, an audience member, I won't name who it was because I don't want to misspeak, but say, you know, they're worried about escalation and worried about the danger of, you know, conflict. Not even necessarily amongst unhoused folks and the folks who are housed, but amongst like people who are in support of both sides, trying to advocate for each other. And so that's the thing I don't want to see. And so our job right now is to figure out what is the best path forward. And maybe, I think Mayor Pro Tem was on the right track around how do we give enough breath and space to take the necessary steps where the residents feel heard and understood that there is a change that needs to happen, but also that we know we don't want folks living on the dump that is unsafe for them to be there, because nobody should be there, right? And so I do want to see the sharps containers. I do want to see certain things that maybe will imply that folks can be there, but it is a step in the right direction as we're trying to engage these partners, that we've only engaged one partner that does a lot of things, but there are other partners, I think, like Leaf, that we went through this whole process of zoning and making sure that it's okay for harm reduction to be within the city. We need to be utilizing those tools now. As we are also trying to help people get to where they need to be. I remember there was one woman that I spoke to directly, and the issue that she was having was that she can't get an ID. To take the next step when she's getting calls back for things because of all these different reasons. And so I gave her, Mike was there, we gave her the information for the Washington County ID program. And I told her when to call, and we wrote it down multiple times to share with other people. So there are other things that we can also be doing to try to support folks who are interested in moving. So that allows maybe a little bit more space and time for resources for those who are having a little bit more difficulty, I think. But we have to do something. We can't sit here and do nothing or say we're gonna do nothing tonight. I just don't think that will be suitable to anybody at all.
We could also put signage up and like with certain information about, say, the Washington ID and other things that might be able to assist people out there.
Councilman Fellows?
I want to thank everybody that came out tonight to take time out of your night to be here and to talk about this issue that's been cooking for a very long time. Everyone, all perspectives. It isn't a one side kind of thing. I do want to thank people for speaking to personal lived experience as well as kind of the cold hard facts of what it is like to be a housing precarious or unhoused person in Ypsilanti and in Washington County, and you know the real numbers behind what that means. And I do want to acknowledge first the Bell Kramer residents, especially the people that have lived there the longest. I do think you all have been through it. In 2014, there was a rezoning that happened in the neighborhood that was related to the dump issue, and it made it so that the homes there were effectively unsellable, uninsurable. Owners couldn't get mortgages or rebuild if there was damages to the home. And you know, I understand, I saw the pain there, and that issue was not changed until 2018 in May. So it's 4 years of completely unsellable, unlivable, uninsurable homes because of what the city did. And so I do think that this is like another painful situation in your neighborhood, and I do have compassion around that. I do want to say that I've watched the city ignore the housing crisis in Ypsilanti for 10 years. That's how long I've been paying attention, and it's personal to me. It is why I was motivated to run for council, to make good on the demands that the community has been making forever. I have to say that I cannot support this resolution as it does not support a solution. Even if this passes tonight, a new encampment could likely form without stabilizing supports, could present similar issues that are what your concerns are coming to us today about. For me, it's also a moral issue. I'm not gonna, if any of the Bell Kramer residents that are housed fell on hard times, missed one too many paychecks, became disabled, and you became unhoused, I wouldn't vote for your eviction either. It's just not something I would do. I would, however, support tabling this resolution, holding a meeting between staff, Washington Camp Outreach, Leaf, Bell Kramer residents, and encampment residents to have a meeting and discuss ways and to stabilize this escalating conflict. So I would support changing this resolution to include allocation of $10,000 as a start to start looking at what we can do for the issue. Perhaps from the opioid settlement fund. I also support amendments to hire people from the community to do cleaning support for locals that have experience supporting encampments, which we do have, fortunately, a plethora of people experienced. And I agree with the comments tonight that talked about if we're not doing anything to support upward mobility or solutions like safe, stable housing, safer tent sites, then all this is an encampment sweep and an eviction, and it's not a solution. I know it's a very tense issue, but I do believe that we could come up with something better than what is presented tonight if we have a little more time to talk about it. Thank you.
I just wanna add, I do believe that the Shine team is supposed to be is that still happening, the city manager? to go on?
Yes, they're finishing up on their second contract and then at the start of the new fiscal year, we'll put another one.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, so just a couple of other things I wanted to bring in, that one, I think communication is key and has been missing. I think that when this came forward probably about a year ago, that was a missed opportunity. Because I think that then people would have been in a different place. I think once people get to there's no options, we get to extremes. And so I think that is part of what puts us in a poor decision. I remember from the discussion from our last meeting that there were, much like Mayor Brown was saying, that there were key things that people named as challenges and issues that could be addressed directly. That could help to bring safety for all. And I think that there's some different things that there could be. I mean, some of what you mentioned, there's probably some other things. I do want to just mention that we're kind of in a place where it's not a question about whether it is going to happen or not happen. It's about whether we're going to regulate and create safety for all of our residents or not. And what we've kind of done at this point is to say, we know it's happening, but if we don't sanction it, then that removes our liability. I think that's been like the stance that we've been working through. And that is part of why we've had pushback to actual things around safe tenting, safe parking, and different things that actually have been shown to work. And I know, so I shared some resources, a couple of things about this for folks. And one of the, it's important for us to think about, because to me, being more proactive and having a resource space actually helps to respond to some of the needs. So one of the things I shared is around encampment principles and best practices from the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty, Housing Not Handcuffs. And they list 6 different principles with some examples around them. So principle 1, all people need safe, accessible, legal place to be, both at night and during the day, and a place to securely store belongings until permanent housing is found. Principle 2, delivery of services must respect the experience, human dignity, and human rights of those receiving them. Principle 3, any move or removal of an encampment must follow clear procedures that protect residents. Principle 4, where new temporary legalized encampments are used as part of a continuum of shelter and housing, ensure it is as close to possible to fully adequate housing. And principle 5, adequate alternative housing must be a decent alternative. And principle 6, law enforcement should serve and protect all members of the community. And so I think that there are things that kind of branch out of each of these things. I know that we also got an email actually from Sherry Wander that kind of listed out again some different principles and practices. For me, I think that I would like to see us actually take a different stance. I don't think that doing nothing means zero liability. I think doing nothing does not mean no liability. So I don't know what we need to do to change that. If we have to legislate that from the table to say doing nothing does not mean no liability. And if we actually take that off the table, if we take off the table doing nothing, what is possible? And I think that what is possible actually would be a better relationship with our residents, a better relationship with our partners, and better outcomes, because for many of the folks that want to leave and in their bout with homelessness, how do we get there? And what we know is that closing down one space only makes it move. We already know, there's people keep saying, well, put them in your yard. I mean, there's people everywhere. I mean, I live by a park, there are people around there too. So it's not that they're not buying meat. They're, you know, people have said they go around to the different sites. So it's not that they don't exist elsewhere. And in a second, they'll just start popping up in the park. I mean, like, it's not going to end it to just shuffle folks. I know that there's a lot of stigma around homelessness. I heard people saying, well, get a job. Some of the people I know have jobs. They have jobs. That's not what the issue is. Our jobs are not keeping pace with the cost. When we can see with the amount, when I was looking at between 1 year to the next with our rental prices, what people were paying, there were some people had a $200 increase. $200 increase per month. That was real. That's real talk. That's what's happening in the city of Ypsilanti. That's real talk. I'm just telling you. So what I'm saying is that we do, there's some things that we can look at and do. What I would love to see with whatever we put, like even as a framework, I'm not sure that this actually is a strong framework because it doesn't actually name some of the things we want to see. And I think that if we're putting forward a framework, I would like us to actually name what that looks like. And I would actually like to see us say, what are our immediate term, medium term, long term. So some of what you were talking about, Mayor, I think there's things that we can be doing immediately. I think, you know, some of the things people were talking about, concern about what's happening when they're at work. Well, you know, while I am never going to be the one to say I want police patrol in my neighborhood, because actually that doesn't make me feel safe. But if that's what the neighborhood wants, then maybe we say, hey, yeah, we have that happen in that neighborhood. I think that there are you know, different things around lights. I think that there's different light solutions besides plopping down one of our DTE lights. Like, I think that there's other things we can do. And especially if we're thinking about it as a temporary solution, it's not long-term. Even when we were talking about a campsite, it's for a temporary solution. It's not a long-term solution. The long-term solution is obviously housing. And so I just think that as a framework, I would like to see it be more specific. I would like us to name what we would like to see. And I would like us to actually move from a posture of do nothing, because I think from what Councilmember King is saying is that she's trying to galvanize action. We want to see action, and we can't act if our responses do nothing. That doesn't lead to action. And so between the last meeting and this meeting, we didn't actually have the juice to the pedal. And I mean, obviously it takes more than 2 weeks to solve something as complex as this. But I do think that there are resources. People are doing this all the time. And so we should be looking to those different examples. And then the other thing I would just say is that I think that what I will be actually really good for us as a way of measurement and knowing whether what we're doing is working or not, again, is to put something in place and to see if the interventions work. Right now, we say all these things don't work, but we actually don't try the intervention. We actually don't do them. And so that's something that I would like to see us to do. I know I've asked before about other like locations or property. I think that they're you know, whether it's city-owned space and or if there's a location, you know, private property location that might be open to this, what would be the things to even make that possible? You know, what would be the paperwork or bureaucracy through the city to make that happen?
Like, what would that look like? I think that those things would be important for us to know, so that if we're gonna go out into looking and asking people, that we can share some of that information too. So even if we're looking at private property, then, well, what does that look like if somebody wanted to say? Or if, I mean, you know, I have some places in mind, but to ask, but what would that look like? You know, because I wanna, again, I think that some of those things we need to work out so that we can then say, here's actually a plan. Here's what we're trying to do. Here's how we are trying to partner to actually address this issue and not shuffle it from one place to the next.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I would like to, because it sounds like the conversation is, heading to the direction that we want to look at ways to collaborate and think about this further. Not to not take action, but to do so in a way that doesn't, cause the most amount of harm. So with that, and also because it seems like no one can really claim this resolution, people have made efforts to say that this is not their resolution.
Well, can
I
I
do
just
wanna-
say, just for clarity pieces, I'm saying, I called for this resolution, but we know we have staff that can write the resolution. So I called for the resolution, I did not put the words down. At the last meeting, I mentioned a meeting that I knew of that was supposed to happen. That's why I did not call for a meeting. From what the information that I received from the county, a meeting was supposed to happen. If I knew that meeting was not gonna happen, I would have asked for a meeting myself. So I don't wanna say, that's why I wanted to put the clarity out before. I didn't write the resolution, but I did call for it.
I would like to move to table this resolution and ask the city manager meet with encampment residents along with Washington Camp Outreach and the harm reduction and Bell Kramer residents before the next meeting. There's support for that.
I support. Supported by Councilmember Simmons, I believe first. And Mayor Pro Tem Clarkson. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Simmons. Oh, wait, yeah. We can motion to table. We cannot discuss it on the table.
Thank you, Lord. So we have. We have the original motion,
The resolution.
which is on this resolution. There are no other active motions to modify it. So if a member of council puts a motion to table it to the next meeting, that's perfectly appropriate. Unless I'm missing something.
No, the question was, can there be discussion?
Oh, no, it's not fair.
Okay. Please call the roll.
When is the next meeting? Can we announce that?
July 21st.
July the 21st, so over a month. That should give us plenty of time. Plenty of time to do what?
This is not debatable.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Tucson,
No.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
No.
Councilmember King,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
No.
Mayor Brown,
No.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Councilmember King.
And I said no, because again, residents wanna see something happen now. I know it's nothing that's going to be immediate. But again, I just wanna let the audience know, this is not a situation that just popped up because it was on the news. This is a situation that has been ongoing. It was brought to my attention. I think about a year ago, and they were saying it was an all-white encampment. I went down there then, and it was very well resourced with, I can't even think of solar panels. She helped me, thank you. It was so well resourced. They said they had flags up. Black people couldn't be there. And this is really a historically Black neighborhood. So this is an ongoing situation. I know some audience members also said when they were moved from Water Street, this is where they were moved to. I'm not sure who moved them there. Part of this resolution was to have balance in the city of Ypsilanti. And that balance is we have homeowners saying, hey, it's a lot of things going on over here. We don't want to see further escalation. One of the things that the city manager stated was they could move to one of the other camping spaces. We legally don't have a camping space here in the city of Ypsilanti, but we know there's other places where people are camping. So it's not just saying, hey, just get out the city of Ypsilanti. We're saying, hey, can you go to the other camp? That is what we want to happen. So everybody can feel safe. And even in doing that, I know some people said, hey, it's conflict in the other camp area. We should be able to provide some kind of service to get people to get along. I might live next to a neighbor in a house and I might not get along with them. I can't burn their house down. That's arson. So again, we have to realistically look at this. Lights are not just gonna fix it. Some of the residents came here at the last meeting. When I met with them, they said they come and unscrew their light on their porch and have their way on their porch, on their patio. So again, I said no because I want us to come up with some kind of plan, some kind of movement tonight. If I knew we were not having a meeting on Wednesday, last week or the prior week, if I knew that, I would have reached out to the other partners and said, let's have a meeting. I was under the weather all week last week, so that prevented me from doing something. But how the resolution is wrote, it sounds like we did have some conversations, so I was under the impression that those conversations were had. But I do think we should do something tonight. Maybe even if it's saying, hey, the city of Ypsilanti, we need to find a safe tenting space. And we have called for that. So if that's something we want to say, hey, we need a safe tenant space. People do not, we need to do something. And I do want something more productive to happen tonight than to say, in a month from now, we'll see, we'll see what resources we come up with.
Right.
I think we need to be moving quicker than that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Singh, you haven't had a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to bring up a couple of things. Many have come up, so reinforce them, but not be lengthy. But a couple of things haven't come up. They came up in public comment, so I think they're worth addressing. I do agree with the sentiment that doing nothing is not an option, and I would hazard to say, in my time, at least here on council, what has happened is these issues have boiled up from time to time. They cause commotion, and at the end of the day, we haven't done anything structural to change the overall dynamic. And I think we would do well to use this opportunity to do better this time. I think the differentiation between the short term and the long term is a really critical one. We need to recognize the situation we're in and find ways to make a really bad situation marginally better in the short term, but recognizing that in the long term, people living on the toxic dump, is not an option. And I think we also have to recognize that the concerns that were brought here by, call it both sides, because it seemed to bifurcate, are both real. Right? It is possible that we should have compassion for those who are experiencing homelessness, but we should also have compassion for the neighbors who are putting up with things that I know I don't want in my neighborhood, and I know that no one wants in their neighborhood. It is deeply concerning to me that the tone of the debate started to vilify the neighbors, started to demonize the neighbors. That is highly inappropriate. Highly
Neighbors came with it.
Highly.
Excuse me, pardon me. Listen, everybody.
So I would hope, One of the other areas that I wanted to go is to raise the possibility. There was one, I think, one, maybe two mentions of resources, because lots of things here are good ideas. A good number of them actually take money. Some weeks ago, we faced a decision about millage dollars that came in, and we locked those away as a group. I said at the time that was a bad idea, because I thought things will come up. They always do. And I would suggest that we ought to revisit that decision at some point in the future, because we're going to need some dollars, and they're certainly appropriate to use at least some of them in this circumstance. So that, I think I would sort of close by saying we need to have some interim plans. I don't know if we get something that is actually a finished product tonight, but I do think directing the city to look at options in a whole range of areas could be okay, fair enough. That we could look at those, but we should be scheduling time to revisit those. We should be talking about it, and not bury it until the next problem comes up. So I certainly would include for the next agenda, putting something on the discussion chart, or if there's a resolution, probably we should write our own.
Yeah, thank you. To echo the sentiments of my colleague, this isn't the first time any of us have heard of this. But my first time hearing about this was from Cornelius. And it was under this, in Canada, was under the name of Camp Virginia, and it was racially segregated. How you explained it to me. Beyond that, in that same conversation with Cornelius, he expressed interest or posed a question to me about the ability for leaf harm reduction's location, to potentially be used as a temporary shelter. And I know that I asked that question around the same time that we had that conversation, but unfortunately I do not remember the answer. City manager, what is the possibility of leaf harm reduction being, the building that they're in right now, being able to be used as a temporary shelter?
That would take a little bit more research. I know it's not zoned for that, it's just outside of the zoning. I would defer to legal counsel on what we can do here.
And I'd give you the same answer. It'd have to be researched, and I'd have to work with the city planner in order to determine whether that's appropriate.
Okay.
But
That was it.
If there is a motion to direct us to do such, and then if we do determine that we can do it, you can say to do that.
I would, I know, so I would like to go through with voting on this motion and then bring that for a different topic.
Oh, we have. Oh, I mean, yeah, but okay, we can make the amendments here, but that's a different one, okay. All right, well.
Sorry, I'm just trying to keep track of everything that's happening right now, but the intent of, what I was trying to do is to make it so that there is collaboration with the existing ecosystem of service support, as well as just people that are actually in communication with people at the encampment. So that, if that is not going to be, if people want to vote on this resolution today, I do recommend that we amend it then to include a result statement that does that, which asks the city manager to meet with the aforementioned parties, as well as to look at the leaf harm reduction collaboration as well.
I would support that amendment.
And I just want to say, I have to mention that there has been obstruction around the city partnering with leaf harm reduction around, needle disposal, and it's been brought up many times, invoked many times, but if we want these services to happen, we have to stop the gatekeeping around it and we need to actually form those partnerships. So it can't just be rhetoric when we're in times of crisis and it's convenient to bring it up. It has to actually mean something, you know, our words have to mean something with the follow through with actual acknowledgement of both the issues, the solutions, and the people that are the collaborators in which to reach those solutions. So we need to not just invoke leaf harm reduction as a name or entity, but to make it so that we can actually work together.
Thank you, Councilmember Simmons.
Yes, so I appreciate this. I mean, it's so hard because I would rather just vote on these action steps separately because I find this current resolution. You know, sometimes you put something forward and you have to tie yourself backwards to try to undo and, you know, I feel like it actually puts some things out that aren't a good foundation. So I would rather actually vote on these amendments, vote on what, you know, the idea that we were talking about and Councilmember Tucson mentioned, like what are some actual action steps that we would like to see happen? I think that trying to squeeze them into this is going to not work as well. So I'll just put that out there. That's why I wanted to table, not to say let's wait, but more to say like what is it that we're gonna do in the interim and in the meantime. And so right now, we're not really doing that. The other thing I just wanted to say in terms of funding, I think that I understand Councilmember McLean has feelings about the unarmed response community responder, but I think about if we have that program a year ago, we have these resources that you would actually be in a different place now. So I think taking away resources from something that is also very much needed and has very wide impact doesn't make as much sense. But what we do also know is that we have funds that came to the city for opioid reimbursement to directly deal with things and costs that the city has held, the city has earned because from the opioid crisis. And while I'm not trying to say that everyone in the encampment is an opioid user, I don't want to say that, but what I do want to say is that we know that there are some co-occurrences. And this has been something that's been named as people have talked about needles at the site, et cetera, et cetera. So I actually think that pulling from that pot of money is much more appropriate for this. And so as we're thinking about the action steps, I would like to include that as an action step, which is for us to be looking at the opioid settlement monies and how we would use those funds to help support actually the action steps that it will take for us to do this. And that also might mean, you know, the PATH team, if, you know, they increase their presence to 1 time a week, that's 1 time a week. We're talking about, you know, there's 7 days a week, right? So that also might mean that we can use some of those funds to actually have, you know, I've talked about this before too, where we like there's resource navigators, even with the ID, you know, what I know about for folks, and I know I'm actually not a social worker, I just know many. But what I know is that when people are in crisis, you can tell them to go here and there and there and there, and like to navigate a website and to fill out an application, that might be actually too much for them to developmentally handle in those kinds of crises. So that's why people rely on things like resource navigators and things like that to actually help people move from the point where something looks so overwhelming that why try to actually completion. And so I also see that as something else that we could look at doing, to contract with someone or group or whatever, or to connect with the groups that already do this in the county to actually help support specifically people to move through these processes in a more one-on-one nature, because that's also what is this kind of things that work. When looking at other places that they have people who do that, they tell stories of how they moved person from homelessness to house, and it took, you know, these very intense contacts. So as we're thinking about this, I think being able to look at the opioid settlement monies and thinking fully about what it is that we need, which part of that's gonna come out of the conversation, so people can name what their needs are. And that we might need to actually bring someone on for a short contract to help us move through this process. Maybe if we don't have the capacity internally, we need to contract with somebody who can do that. So I think that there are things that we can do, and I would like to see us name out these action steps that we want to explore between now and our next meeting, so that we can have clarity about what we then can get follow-up on.
Sure, thank you. So what I'm hearing is the problem with this resolution is that it's not specific. It doesn't have funding. It doesn't address the immediate issue that brought this before us, in which is the illegal activities that are impacting the house residents on Bell Cramer Street. So in terms of action for tonight, a lot of this discussion has been about providing services to camp. But there's been very little about what can be happening to prevent the illegal activity on the property of the people who live there, right? And so we had this exact same conversation about South Washington, right? And distinguishing behavior that is harmful to oneself versus behavior that's harmful to other people. And that doesn't get separated out, and everybody wanted to complete the two things, and they're very different things. People using drugs, that's their choice. People going into other people's houses, getting shot because they're trying to break into other people's houses. Leaving those sharps in places where other people can be harmed by that. It's like we need to make that distinction between the behavior that's self-inflicted harm and the behavior that is harming other people. And I think the harming of other people is what the residents are concentrating on. So what is the mechanism? When it was coming down from South Washington, and there was talk about having an increased police presence, then people came out of the woodwork and said we're criminalizing homelessness. And that was not the intent of that either. And now we're having this conversation in which you are saying, if that, I wouldn't do it for myself, but if that is the answer, then that is an answer. And so, I find it interesting that shift has happened from when it was on South Washington to here. And what that difference is, but I agree that, the other question I have is, probably 20 years ago, I had a conversation with the mayor of Ann Arbor. I was part of a river cleanup, yearly river cleanup, and there were homeless encampments where the rapids are now by Argo Dam. And I heard that mayor say, we can't put garbage cans down there because that would condone the behavior. And it's like that is logically not connected. And I don't think it's legal. If we put garbage and sharps containers outside of the encampment area, that doesn't mean that we're condoning that encampment, but we're cleaning up the neighborhood that these people live. And putting, it's just like the complaints are that there are sharps lying around where kids can get at them, things like that. We have Shine, who has been engaged to do cleanup, and I don't know how they deal with the sharps, but hopefully with something besides the hands. So I think those are concrete things that can happen. Engage Shine to help clean up the street that you live on. What's that? All right, and there's laws for all this. So if somebody's trespassing on your,
You can't dialogue in the audience, I'm sorry.
so there are laws for the illegal activities that have been reported. And so engaging law enforcement for those illegal activities where they occur on your property is completely appropriate. Now, if you're not getting responses from the police, then that's a problem.
That's the one.
And we need to correct that. I'm sorry, I keep pointing at you and I'm baiting you. I'm talking about the section of the audience, but it's a point, you know, people, I'll talk to everybody. People from that neighborhood have come with that issue, and we can't leave here tonight without something to say that something's gonna be done about people breaking into your houses, you know, having sex on your porch, having sex in the car on your street. Those kind of things need to be dealt with. What's happening back in the woods, that's not happening back in the woods, that's happening on the street, and that needs to be dealt with. So, Mr. City Manager, you engaged the police chief in a conversation about increasing the patrols on Bell Kramer. As far as the sharp containers, you know, a legal, you know, I don't see that legal liability of condoning container. But sharps container, that is the oldest argument against having those things around. You know, it's just like the ale house had sharps containers in their bathroom in the basement. Did that say they wanted people to come in there and shoot up? No, it said, if you're here, you're doing it already. Be, you know, considerate of the people that share this train. So I don't see that as liability. I don't see that having a dumpster or having garbage cans at the end of the road is going to be a problem.
You cannot speak to us right now. I am sorry. If you got to step out, step out.
So I would like to see that there are garbage receptacles not on the property, but at the end of the street. And sharps containers with whatever organizations we're currently negotiating a contract for sharp containers to be placed there as well.
But we do have an amendment on the table right now, so.
Can we repeat what the amendment is?
Councilmember Fellows and Simmons put one. Am I missing what?
It is just to add to the resolve statements requesting the city manager, meet with the aforementioned groups, to discuss, you know, harm reduction, things like sharps containers. What was the other part? Oh, did you write it down for?
I did, the $10,000 for the cost of.
That was earlier.
That was earlier.
That wasn't this.
It was just even the information groups and the rest of everything else.
We use the aforementioned groups and
Yeah, well, no, it was, so the, residents of Bell Kramer, the residents of Encampment, leaf harm reduction, washout camp outreach. Home with New Vision is also another resource in the community. So those are.
that is the current motion on the floor. Is there further discussion on that, Councilmember?
So this is to the amendment, but it's also, I think, to say this guardedly, but I believe to agree with Councilmember Simmons about discomfort with trying to include these requests of the administration within the context of this document. Earlier I voted not to table because I didn't believe discussion was finished yet. If discussion is finished, I would vote to table at this stage. I would say if we ultimately put this resolution to a vote, I'm going to vote against it because I find it compelling when people say you don't put people off of a place without giving them any viable place to go. So, back to the amendment. I support the concept of the amendment. I do think that it would be better to do it first, dispensing with this motion. Or
Do you want to move the table?
resolution.
Add the stuff.
You have to withdraw your amendment first.
You know, pending amended.
Yeah, we have an amendment right now on the table.
I'm more in support of removing, tabling this resolution, so if there's support to table it, then I will remove my amendment, but, the support would be tabling it to direct city manager to meet with those groups.
But I guess I would need to hear if that's something the city manager, is that something that you can facilitate?
Yes, I can meet with those groups. I'm probably gonna add Path and some other county partners. I can check on if the opioid settlement fund, that these are very specific things, so I'll check with the AG's office, make sure this is a use that it would be approved. I can have the police increase, patrols of the area. I can put at the end of where it's gated, I can put trash cans and sharp containers. So I can do all of these.
And I'm just wondering if we can do that, why can't we have a safe tinting back then? If we can put trash cans, because ultimately the neighbors are still saying, hey, those trash cans may cause more problems for my property. The neighbors are already, some of the neighbors say, yeah, put trash cans and put sharps out, but some of the neighbors are against it. So if we can do that, why are we not putting forward a safe tinting area potentially in a park?
Well, I think a part of it is, number one, I heard someone else say there are short-term and there are long-term strategies, and so I think that if the request is to have the city manager and staff research a safe fencing site and policy and zoning, then we can direct them to do that as well, but in the meantime, putting the trash cans, putting the sharps containers, having these dialogues with the different groups, and the other things that the city manager stated can also be happening. I don't think it's a either or in this moment. Both things, we can direct staff to do what we want them to do.
I'm just wondering, is it gonna get done, I guess?
If we direct them to do it, is that not what?
Is that?
Before. I mean, then if you make. So we have an amendment, I think it's about to be taken off, but anyway, but if we make a motion to ask for that, then that's the expectation, and we'll stay on top of that. I think we've done it before. I don't know. I never said this.
No, I appreciate this, and I think, I think part of this is that we wanna make sure, so I think adding, so I'm just keeping track of these things that are but I do think the exploration of the safe tinting exploration, which I would just say includes thinking about, what are the, barriers or possibilities for, like what would need to be happening in terms of even for a privately owned space.
It's 10:55.
So I think that we should just be clear about some of those things. So if you're open, I mean, I'm open to doing that. The order of operations, we need to remove our amendment, the table, but then to list out and to name what these action items that we want to see. I would fully support that.
I remove my amendment.
You're okay removing it, so we're on the original resolution, and so we need someone to take action.
I move the table. Support.
Then move and support it. Please call the roll on table. Oh, to what?
So.
To the next meeting. Okay.
Okay.
Got it. Where's the big surgeon?
Councilmember Simmons,
Yeah.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King. No. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
No.
Motion carries.
And so I just want to name that we're saying. This thing, the city manager's gonna do, we're gonna have to name all these things, right?
To do that beforehand.
Yes, so let's name all these things.
Move to extend the resolution.
No. Well, we could, yeah.
Move to extend to 11:30.
Support. All in favor to extending until 11:30, can say aye.
Aye.
Let's come here, 1/4. No, you did, all right, there are two voices, that's still not,
It was not enthusiastic.
there are only two.
I would say nay.
Also, nay.
Yes, two yeses.
I would consider 11:15, but not 11:30.
I think it passed.
Did it pass?
Two.
Yes,
You know what time?
it doesn't matter, I just wanna finish the work we got.
All right, so it passed. All right,
So then I think. What we wanna do is just to clarify, so the city manager named. A few things, but so there was the looking into the opioid settlement money, trash and sharps, setting up these meetings. Which I think could include like council too, I think. Exploring what's necessary for safe tinting. Because that would also come with things like bathrooms and hand washing, like public health things. And what are barriers or things that we need to expect for if somebody wanted to use a privately owned space for possibility for safe tinting. And then I think the last one was if the members of, I think being clear about when we say the area, what that should mean. I would say specifically the Fellow Kramer neighborhood, if that's what they want in terms of increased patrols.
yeah, okay.
So that's then it too. Their consensus, but that's what we would like to see.
Yeah, I don't think we have to vote on it. You got that. You got that.
Yep.
See, we didn't need to extend.
So we got one more item.
So, all right, 146, representing of that.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, where the city has utilized Civic Plus since 2018, and whereas over the years, the city has added more services from Civic Plus, and whereas the city wishes to consolidate and combine these agreements, now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council authorizes a renewal of service agreement with Civic Plus in the total amount of $42,867.64 for online municipal services, including website, convocation, next request, see-click fix, and agenda meeting management. For the result, that the clerk be authorized to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. And I
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
Council, we already have all of these softwares and the civic suite. We wanted to combine all of them so they would renew at the same date. Also add the transparency of the contract costs and then with supply costs. So we've had the Civic Plus website for a number of years. We've had see-click fix for a number of years. The agenda management and kind of coaching for about 3 to 5 years, and then we just received the next request maybe a year ago. It's for our FOIA software. So these are all currently subscribed softwares that we have through Civic Plus. This would just have them have a start date of July 1, and then the end date of, but it would align all of them and also have it so that council sees the costs of everything.
Questions, comments from council? Please hold.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen is out.
All right, thank you. Police Advisory Commission.
So as you all have witnessed, we have brought on a new member of YPAC. Our next meeting will be Thursday, the 25th at 7 p.m. right here in council chambers. That's it.
Parks and Rec.
HRC,
I'm sorry.
is on June the 22nd at 6 o'clock.
Parks and Arts,
The next meeting is Monday.
Sustainability,
I missed the meeting.
HDC,
We're
Planning Commission. Planning Commission. Anything?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
SEMCOG,
no, you know, I had all these, and I haven't been able to do this for the last 3 meetings, so I'm sorry, I might not.
alright, Watts,
Our next meeting's coming up.
Urban County, Messenger Report, DBA. It's a pool. Alright,
It's fun.
yeah. Time for closed business, Councilmember Tucson.
Yes, so a few city events coming up here soon. We have Summerfest going on the 22nd of August, if I'm not mistaken. And then I will be going ahead and organizing the softball game the Sunday thereafter. More information about that to come. That's it.
Councilmember King.
Thank you to everybody that came out tonight. Please don't forget about the Juneteenth celebrations this weekend. I'm so excited for that. And hopefully, I just hope we come to some kind of resolution that we can support both parties. And if not, I would say we need to do an emergency town hall, so the public can also have input. But again, happy Juneteenth.
Okay, Councilmember Carlos.
Just losing my train of thought. I also wanna say that I hope that the public goes out to Juneteenth this weekend. Looking forward to that, and also that our next council meeting is in about a month. And then our other council meeting following that is another month, so it's kind of sparse the next 2 months as far as meetings go. And I also wanted to let council and staff know that I sent an email, but that we're looking to do a presentation on vacancy tax for the August agenda.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes, one, I see that we had a nomination for Walter Witt for HDC. I want to see if there's support to add that to our next agenda. Okay, Historic District, thank you.
Support.
Thank you. I also wanted to just mention that the Harvard Kennedy School Government Performance Lab, which is a program that we actually applied to support us in building community responder program, put out a toolkit for metrics and assessment. And so I just want to let folks know, and I'm going to take a look at it and maybe send it out just as we're in that planning work. I shared out I'm excited to see that there's now, more resources for renters to put in complaints. And so as I shared that out, people responded. There was a question that asked how quickly can residents expect inspections to occur? And what is the process for driving repairs and remediations with landlords? And then they also asked, which I thought this was interesting, they asked whether offending unit and landlord will be published regularly by the city, similar to what we see with restaurant inspections conducted by the health department. So I want to share those questions, and maybe I'll try to put them, try to get response about those. Oh, this is to say that there's a dangerous buildings update on June 22nd.
No, I'm just wondering what's the update. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, okay. Then I also said, we had a question from Mr. Rice, who is seeking permission based on a council resolution from 2018 about metal detecting in Frog Island. And it was
asking about whether there were ways that that could be lifted or amended, so, so that's another question I'll put forward. And then there's also a conversation, there's also a question around, from folks at the Zinc House around graffiti art and trying to protect some, and also thinking about ways that we could also designate areas or places for graffiti art to be. So I just wanted to bring those forward from there, and then also still trying to work through this MOU for the Sharps. And so I think that they're saying there's something that has been drafted, and I've been told that in order to edit it, that we need to add it to our agenda. So I also want to see if I can get support for adding that to our next agenda.
The MOU,
The leaf MOU.
that we've already, like, got another contract.
So no, there's not a contract with anybody yet. I've met with them.
Yeah, so far, we don't know, but, yeah. All right. Thank you.
That's all?
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item, we probably noticed that the Washington Community College agenda item was taken off the agenda tonight. President Blanca from the college was hoping to attend, but we had a difficult time giving her a time certain, so decided she wanted to have someone from the college present, so we'll move that to July.
Found my notes, so I'll go through everything right now. Planning Commission, Josh has been updating the ordinance for data centers. I met with Beth Gibbons, who was the former chair of the Sustainability Commission, about additional provision, and so that has been submitted to Josh. That will be a discussion on the next Planning Commission meeting. FORP, they haven't met recently. Pool is open, great resources fund, all of those things. Working on posting financials, an annual report. Council, SimCog, there were a couple things that were in my notes for June 6th and June 16th. That's not very good. It's already passed. Ironically, how local communities are addressing housing supplies was a meeting that I couldn't make it to today. The General Assembly is on the 25th. For this summer, there's a task force for legislative policies and priorities that I'm trying to participate in as well. Steve's business, there we go. A couple weeks ago, the mayor and Councilmember McLean and I met with, as well as staff members, Katie, Bonnie, and Dan Brown from the Watershed Council. Hosted the Wolfpack, which is an environmental group that was started through the National Wildlife Federation. It's been long-standing entrepreneurs and business people that want to understand environmental issues that are happening in city of Ypsilanti. So they came, we showed them Water Street, we showed them Frog Island, or not Frog Island, Riverside Park. And showed them the dam and talked about renewable and development and improving the park. This led to some connections with some of the member organizations and nature, excuse me, Nature Conservancy that will be beneficial in terms of looking at funding for for all of those projects, and specifically for revisioning the Penn Park and powerhouse. I also went to a Water Street meetup for the Water Street Committee. We were people got together and walked the property. It was interesting to have naturalists there looking at the trees and flora. To have Ed, former city manager, Ed Carisno, Kind of giving some perspective for that. It was good teamwork for the group. About an hour and a half walking around, did not go into the property that has been remediated. We did notice that there are still people camping there, and there's a new camp very close to Michigan Avenue. So I think we were talking earlier about where these people are gonna go. It's like, well, that's where they go back to, because like there's a fairly significant camp. Within about 100 feet of Michigan Avenue on that property. That you can't see from the street, but you need 100 feet in, it's huge. We need to talk about that too, so, that's what.
Yeah, well, thank you. We talked about the wolf pack, so I won't talk about that. Looking forward to the Juneteenth events this weekend. I hope that everyone plans to attend. Happy Juneteenth. That's all for me. City manager.
Next meeting, we'll be bringing forth the bathrooms RFP. We'll be bringing the fee schedule as well as a towing contract. Last Friday, staff attended the groundbreaking for the Youth Arts Alliance Center. That was pretty well attended. A lot of excitement around that project. That's all.
Anything with that stuff is? Thank you.
Vicky's been rallying up youth involvement, so I've had, I think just this week alone, like 3 local youth that want to come and participate and help in August.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you.
Isn't there another?
I missed that one.
There's another public comment. Sorry.